peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you have committed to our church. Amen. Welcome to today's session. And this morning, I would like to bring to your attention, honorable members and participants, that we are going to change to reorganize just a little bit. We want to set the mood of the day by starting with session 7. Session 7 is on key legislative business and priorities for the 4th session. That will take a very short time. I don't think we will take more than 15 minutes on this session, and that is going to set a stage for the day. My name is not Lelekwe, as you have seen in the program. I am Margaret Kamar, and I will serve as session chair of both this and the session that is supposed to be the 4th session, the 4th topic for the day soon after this. I want to thank all of you for being here. We are just starting at exactly 9 o'clock, which is good. The objective of this session, honorable members, is to get some perspective from the leadership of the Senate on the deliberations so far and their view on the priority areas for the 4th session. The sessions that took place yesterday were very interesting. They are inward looking, and it is good for us to get those comments from the leadership of the House. Actually, I see Mr. Lelekwe is here. Honorable Lelekwe, please come forward. Okay. I'll be the Senate Majority Whip Deputy for a short time. The presentation for the key legislative business and priorities for the 4th session will be presented by the Leader of Majority, Senator Aaron Cheruiyot, who is also the Senator of Kericho. And we are also expecting Senator Justice Matsayo to rein in and bring comments that will touch on what we have covered and give us a few areas of priority to this in this session. So with those remarks, may I therefore invite the Honorable Senator Aaron Cheruiyot to come forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Well, good morning, everyone. Right Honorable Speaker, colleagues, and all the people that have showed up for day 2 of the conference. It's good to be here. Day 2 looks like day 2. This is how day 2 looks like in conferences. So we'll proceed nonetheless. I have a very simple task, which is to present to you the legislative business ahead of us in this 4th session of the 4th Senate in the next, beginning actually in the next few days, and just to help you appreciate the work that is ahead of us and the focus that is expected from each of us. I'll do a very small presentation, perhaps in like 3 to 5 minutes. If there are any questions, I'll just take them briefly. We've been granted 15 minutes, one of which I've already consumed. So let me be quick to conclude on the rest in the next 10 or less, even so that we save on time, because we had anticipated to begin this session at 8, but it was apparent that it was fairly ambitious of us, and we didn't achieve that. So it's a great honor to join all of you, the Senate family, and our guests that have joined us this morning, to evaluate and renew our commitments to serving the people of this great nation through our legislative role and oversight. Without a doubt, your dedication over the past 3 sessions have driven significant progress. Together we have passed extremely important bills and exercised rigorous oversight through our committees and upheld constitutional accountability through impeachment motions that we have passed through. Of course, the most talked about being that of a higher official than all the other 3 Senates have ever handled. This was the first time that we undertook such an assignment, and I think the Senate gave a good account of itself in terms of its processes and enriching the conversation. I'm sure, I know there are conversations going on in the courts whether this or that procedure was followed, but they'll draw a lot of lessons and improve, and that will be our contribution to that process. We cannot afford to rest. We are midway through the term, and there's still a lot of work that we need to do. The theme of this retreat, which is shaping the Senate's legacy, underscores our duty to build a governance framework that will serve future generations. We said yesterday in my opening remarks that it is my utmost call to all of us that we have the dedication of patriots that dreamt about devolution and paid, some of them including with their lives, the highest price to ensure that Kenyans enjoy the fruits of devolution, arguably the best gift that this country has ever bequeathed itself since independence. We, as the custodians of devolution, must prioritize financial stability, because the long and short of all these conversations, everything that we'll say here is, do we have the resources to do that which you want to do? Remember the conversation we had here yesterday about us as a house and the things that we hope to achieve, and why our performance is inhibited. And we could go north, south, east, west, but it all boils down to finances and resources. Do we have the resources? Therefore, we must still continue to speak on the need to ensure that our counties are financially stable, that the resources or the shareable revenue is, number 1, adequate, number 2, predictable, number 3, timely, to ensure that they are able to fulfill their mandate. Those 3 key issues are conversations that we've had over the years in the last 3 terms of the devolution cycle in Kenya. I don't think there's anything that county governments have requested of us as a Senate than to give them that priority, to make sure that 1, it is enough, 2, it is predictable, 3, it comes at the right time, because a dime today is not similar to a coin tomorrow. So our priorities remain to push for a comprehensive review of the PFM framework to eliminate disbursement delays and promote efficiencies. When we had our earlier meeting last year, I think with the Council of Governors, we had proposed that if this state of lack of adequate predictability to our county governments was to persist, then we may perhaps propose something akin to a devolution bond, so that the national government has a spare pool of resources from which counties can draw from, and as national government continues to collect revenue, it fills it up. However, I'm made to understand, I don't see representation from Treasury. Perhaps we didn't think about it deeply, but I've been following the statements from the Cabinet Secretary, and the Controller of Budget is here. Maybe she'll later confirm in her presentation that now more than ever, counties get their resources actually, or their shareable revenue. Those days of waiting for 3 to 4 months are long gone, and many of them, the last statement I saw from CS Mbadi was that they had been resourced up to December, which is a fairly better situation than what previously used to obtain. In another regard, we have the recommendation of CRA, who are coming up next here to present to us the 4th basis of revenue sharing, which will be extremely critical. You cannot be a senator and not understand the basis upon which Kenya shares resources. If there is a presentation that we need to pay keen attention, and in fact the reason why I'm hurrying my own presentation is so that we get sufficient time early in the morning when we are still fresh and energetic to listen to this presentation on the 4th basis. I don't know if there'll be another more solemn duty that we will undertake in our time as a Senate. And this I say, drawing from my experiences in the past on all the other, the second and the third generation formula, which I had the opportunity to participate in their making, then serving as a member, either of Budget and Finance Committee or even just as a senator, because this is work that we must do. And I want to listen to the reasoning of CRA to convince us on the matrices that they have used this time. It'll be quite interesting, and I'm looking forward to that. Equally important, we have legislative oversight of transferring functions. We had an extremely important discussion here on costing of functions. I don't see Senator Abbas here, but I know there are a number of members of a devolution committee, including Catherine, and I know how passionate you are about this issue. I really wish you could lead the House in conclusion of this process. It has taken too long, and we cannot continue to be innocent bystanders, just pointing, accusing fingers at others. Oh, COG needs to do this, national government needs to do this, ICGRC, or that very difficult name that I sometimes miss, they need to do this or the other. I think our devolution committee needs to take lead and do this, do justice to this exercise. We've talked about it for far too long. And in the presentations yesterday, Governor Sang actually made a very solid point that in the same way, and control of budget is here, and I don't want to preempt debate, that they were able to identify at control of budget level and say funding of bursaries from county government is an overreach on their part, that it is equally possible to establish where the overreach on the executive side is by them funding functions that are county government-led, and we should be able to transfer those resources to county governments if that situation is to obtain. I think the long and short of what he said is that we can let off the bursary if Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Health, and all these other departments that continue to hold on key resources that should otherwise be run by county governments are willing to let go, and everybody will be happy. So, members of the Devolution Committee, if you happen to remain in that committee, and I don't want to preempt debate also in that space, please do justice to the country. Finally, we have a collaboration and consultation that we have to undertake with the National Assembly, CRA, county assemblies. I'm extremely proud of the work that we have done the last few days, granting financial autonomy to our county assemblies. It's the one thing that I remain extremely proud about. We continue to undermine the authority of our county assemblies by asking them to walk across the street with a begging bowl to the executive and make a request to fund their own programs. And the bill that we passed in the last few days of the last session is extremely important. I'll be calling upon my colleague, the leader of the majority in the National Assembly, and I've spoken to him and their clerk as well, to prioritize this because it means a lot to us as a devolution family. We have legislative summit coming up in the next few weeks, I'm informed. And like I said in my moving that bill, it's one of the resolutions that we passed in 2016 during the inaugural legislative summit. It's almost 10 years now. We have not been able to do it. I don't think it reflects very good on us. So my hope is that by the time we retreat for legislative summit, we will have signed that extremely important piece of legislation that fosters devolution, especially with regards to the legislative arm of devolution. I hope our colleagues that will serve in the oversight committees when we eventually, and I'm quite intentional in my choice of words, when we reconstitute them, will carry out their duty with more zeal, as has been the last few years, and perhaps even do many things that previous committees have not been able to achieve, especially establishing the place. You have this Meru matter, for example, a discussion that has we have engaged ourselves the last few days on very strong debates from both the protagonist and antagonist on this topic, on the place of the elected senator of a county in the oversight responsibilities of that county. Apart from just being invited to CPIC and CPIC, it is my feeling as a senator that I should have more say on eventual findings of the committee, apart from just appearing and trading the kind of things that we trade with the governors when they appear before our oversight committees. There's more that elected senators from that particular county should be able to do, especially in informing the final recommendations, because they know that county particularly better. You know for a fact, and you know Kenyans are Kenyans, and people who serve in our county governments, they're just as much Kenyans as the rest of all of us. And you know the ingenuity of our people. In the first days of devolution, I remember part of the very even basic audit queries that will arise out of our counties is where county government will claim to have built a road from village A to B, then put the expenditure there. Then because many of these auditors, they do their audit out of the county headquarters, further down the list, you'll find the same road but with a different name. It will only take a resident senator who knows his county to point out and say, wait a minute, but this road that you have named B to A is actually the same road up there that you call it A to B. That's just an example of the many things, and the project reports that we receive. Oh, this project is at 98%. It will only take you, Senator Wambua, to point out and say, no, wait a minute, I know this village. This project has not even kicked off. So the place of the elected senator in the reports that come out of our oversight committees is a conversation that we must have as a house and see how we infuse their colleagues. I thank you and appreciate the work that we have done. I look forward to an interesting session as we resume in the fourth session. God bless you. Thank you. I can resume my seat. Sit here for...
Thank you very much, Majority Leader. Minority Leader, any comments? If not, I'll invite the Minority Whip, Senator Wambua, if there is any comment. If there is none, yeah, if there is none, it is you who has said it. Yeah.
Dr. Alale is asking whether I'm coming here to say something because I have something to say, or it is because I've been asked to say. My response to him is that there is always something to say. Thank you very much, Senator Cheloyot, for that brief and concise presentation. I think on behalf of the minority side, which actually should carry out real and proper oversight on both levels of government, I would just want to make one point in supporting what you have said. If indeed it is a finding of the controller of budget that county governments are not supposed to issue bursaries because education is not a devolved function, then the easiest thing for that office to do is to also find that there are so many functions that the national government is undertaking which belong to the devolved units of government. And in the same words, then issue an advisory to the national government that they should stop undertaking those functions. Because for devolution to work, I think one of the things that we really have to do, and this again goes to the devolution committee, one of the things that we really have to do in this Senate, if it was possible, is to settle that matter of costing devolved functions and making sure that every aspect of devolved functions is transferred to the counties. And then we transfer monies to county governments for them to undertake those functions. That way then, we will be doing justice to devolution. Lastly, I don't know when, now I am doing my second term. Perhaps the next time I appear before you, it will be in a different capacity. I said perhaps. So now, Chariot is likely to be there. he has not expressed a vision beyond where he's sitting, which is fine. He's doing a good job. So really, we must stop this thinking, senators, that the national government has capacity to allocate resources to county governments. Honestly, if we stop thinking that way, then devolution will begin to work. If we stop thinking that the national government can allocate resources to county governments, then we'll begin to get somewhere. The national government is allocated resources just in the same way that county governments are allocated resources. And that's a work of parliament. It has absolutely nothing to do with national government. I will leave it to Senator Alwale to decide whether I stood because I was asked to stand, or is it because I had something to say. I thank you.
Thank you. Can we give them an applause, both of them? Yeah, I think those were reports, updates for us, and things to carry home from here. So I would not open it for discussion, but what they have done is that they have also started the next session. They have talked of allocation of revenue already before we invite the guest that is going to talk to us about revenue allocation. So I think we are all in the same mood. We really want to start on that. So, Mr. Speaker and honorable members, this topic of fourth basis for revenue allocation is a very important one for us. I remember in the last parliament, it took COVID to control our moods, because once in a while, COVID has to stop us from proceeding. Otherwise, it was, it was not a very easy one. So I would really like to welcome members today to listen very keenly to why the basis and how the basis has been brought here. Because as you are aware, pursuant to Article 216, 1B of the Constitution of Kenya 2010, the Commission on Revenue Allocation is mandated, to underline that, to make recommendations concerning the basis for equitable sharing of revenue raised nationally among the county governments. We did not fail to implement that in the last Senate. We did. Unfortunately, the room was 25 full. And because it was 25% full, it became very difficult when we went to the House, because we started to discuss the things that we would have discussed when the team from the commission were with us. So again, I plead with us that we listen today. Article 27(1) mandates the Senate then to once in every 5 years by resolution determine the basis for allocating among the counties the share of national revenue that is annually allocated to the county level of government. Article 2017(2) requires that in determining the basis for revenue sharing, the Senate shall consider recommendations from the Commission. So we are here to listen to the Commission, question what the Commission will have brought before us, and then it becomes easier for us. Please, let's make it easier for this Senate compared to the previous one, because there is no COVID. So we might go until morning when we are debating. But the more we understand the basis now, the better for us, colleagues. The Commission on Revenue Allocation did submit to the Senate on the 31st of December 2024 the recommendations on the fourth basis for revenue sharing among county governments for financial years 2025, 2026 to 2028. He wanted to deliver what he learned and what the committee has learned. So we are thankful, Robert, that you are here ready to also discuss the topic. And again, a listening ear will be useful to us before we go into discussions. That this topic will explore the key components and the anticipated impacts of the proposed fourth basis for revenue sharing, offering insights into how the formula has been developed to enable us to break down the subject matter. The presenter and discussant have been carefully selected. As I said, our chair has been driving this, and we are very happy that he's a former governor, so he wore the shoe before for those who are executing whatever we divided, whatever was shared. So I think we are really in a very privileged position this time. The objectives of the session, therefore, of this topic are: one, to brief honorable senators on the recommendations on the fourth basis for revenue sharing among county governments for the financial years 2025, 2026, and to 2029, 2030. And B is to brief honorable senators on the objectives of the fourth basis for revenue sharing framework. Mr. Speaker and honorable members, from my little experience in this Senate, if we succeed in understanding and in implementing and in executing this mandate, we will succeed in everything else. We'll bring peace to the counties. We'll be fair to the truthfully fair, so that everybody gets a fair of what it is. Devolution in Kenya was meant to do that. It was meant to take resources to the ground, but it must take it fairly. So division of revenue is the most important element of this devolution, which we are enjoying for the 14th, is it 14th? 13, we are only 13 years old. It is expected, therefore, that from this debate, honorable senators will have a better understanding of the recommendations for the basis for revenue sharing framework. I have had a chat with the chair from the commission and the members of the commission, and it is very clear that they're also here to see if there's anything that needs to be improved. So we are in an open forum. It is not cast in stone. We can bring in our own suggestions, and I think that is why we are here. Honorable Speaker and members, I would therefore like to introduce now the presenter of the main paper. We have this morning the chairperson of the Commission on Revenue Allocation and the chairperson of the Standing Committee of Finance. As I said, will be a discussion. Our presenter will be CPA Mary Wanyonyi. Please come forward, Mary, even as I'm describing who you are. Mary is our chairperson of the Commission of Revenue Allocation. CPA Mary Wanyonyi is a certified public accountant, certified professional mediator, and financial analyst with 7 years of experience in the public sector at national and sub-county level. And please welcome. Right there, that's it. An ambitious and diligent professional, she has expert knowledge in the organization and functions of government and is skilled in implementation and monitoring of accounting standards and systems and administering accounting units. Prior to being in CRA as a chairperson, Mrs. Wanyonyi worked with the Ministry of Lands and Physical Planning as a Senior Deputy Accountant General. Previously, she served as the head of department in various ministries. She has also served as a member on the board of Kenyatta National Hospital, Masai Mara University, and Cooperative University, and as the chairperson of the Kenya Ladies Golf Union. Mrs. Wanyonyi is a member of ISPAC, ISIFA, and EWAC. She holds a Master's of Business Administration, a Bachelor of Commerce, that's in accounting, and is a certified professional mediator. May I also introduce our colleague briefly so that you know the credentials behind Senator Ali Roba. Senator Ali Roba is the Senator of Mandera, and we are very grateful that he took a night bus to leave Mandera to come here, because he was in Mandera with the head of state the other day. He was elected in the year 2022. He is the chairperson of the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget. Previously, Senator Captain Ali Roba worked for a multinational company called DAC and Aviation. But before the 2022, he was the governor of Mandera. Roba worked for a multinational company called DAC Aviation International between 2002 and 2012, and has grown through the ranks, starting as a co-pilot in 2002 to the position of the Director of Flight Operations, therefore in charge of the core business of the company in over 9 countries. He is also the Director of Richland Ventures Africa Limited. He studied at the University of Nairobi for both his undergraduate and postgraduate degrees in the areas of marketing and strategic management, respectively. He is currently pursuing his doctorate degree in business administration at the USIU. Senator Captain Roba was the first governor for Mandera County and served between the year 2013 to 2022. He has also been the chairperson of FCDC, Frontier Counties Development Council, which is the first national economic bloc to be formed by the counties in Kenya in 2014. That brought together 10 counties, including Mandera, Wajir, Karibu, West Pokot, and Turkana since 2017. In his term as governor, he was also elected severally to chair the Arid and Semi-Arid Lands Committee of the Council of Governors. Now you know your colleague, honorable members, and you can learn a tip from him. You're looking at that very broad experience. I would like to invite Senator Robert to come to. Can you give him a clap for being a party leader also? So we have one party leader in the room. Welcome, Senator Robert. I'm suppressing the most important one. But the very important one also is the fact that he was a pilot. Piloting is part of navigating finances in the Senate. It's not that easy. If you were in the last Senate, you would have learned more. Thank you very much. Mary, I'm glad you are a mediator, so you'll do a lot of mediating in the process so that we all understand. So it is now time for me to allocate time as follows. The presenter I'm looking for attention. You are going to do a presentation? Yes. That is going to be beamed up? Yes. Okay. We are going to allocate you 30 minutes to make your submissions, and the discussion will also have 30 minutes to respond to the presentation and give some perspectives from the Senate committee. And then after that, we will allow members to look at the document. With those remarks, Mr. Speaker and honorable members, may I now invite CPA Mary Wanyonyi to do her presentation.
The Right Honorable Speaker, respective chairs of different committees, the party leader, deputy party leaders, allow me to ride on the established protocols, but as I wait for the presentation to be submitted, if you can indulge me, Professor, to introduce my team as I wait for that. Sorry, I may have skipped some protocols, Majority Leader, but allow me to ride on the established protocols. Could I kindly request my team to stand up and introduce themselves? As the microphone gets to them, I have with me the Vice Chair, the members of our Revenue Allocation Subcommittee of the Commission, and the head of the Directorate in charge of Fiscal Affairs. So they will introduce themselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Right Honorable Speaker and all the senators, my name is Koitamet Olekina, Vice Chair, CRA.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Moasia, Benedict Moasia Mutiso. I am a member of the Commission on Revenue Allocation, and I also sit in the Revenue Allocation Committee.
All protocols observed. My name is Dr. Isabel Wayaki. I'm a commissioner at the CRA, and I'm also a member of the Revenue Allocation Committee. Thank you.
The Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable Senators, my name is Lynette Oyugi. I'm the Director, Economic Affairs at the Commission on Revenue Allocation. Thank you.
I've not received my laptop back. Oh. I think what is there is, I have it on laptop, but they don't seem to be connected. So, just for clarity, CPA Mary Wanyonyi is also CPA Wanyonyi Chebukati. Just to clear the air. It's one and the same person. Yes, I don't have two husbands, I just have one. Thank you. So I'm here to present, I think what I'll do the presentation, then allow more time for engagement, because I do appreciate the importance and the seriousness of this topic. So the outline of the presentation, we'll just go through the mandates, review the third basis of revenue sharing. We shall look at the proposal by the stakeholders on the fourth basis, and the framework for the fourth basis, and finally the implementation of the fourth basis. On the mandates, our Senate, Honorable Senators, you are aware that Article 216, Sub-Article 1, requires that the Commission on Revenue Allocation makes recommendations concerning the basis for the equitable sharing of revenue that is raised nationally among the county governments, what we call the horizontal sharing. The Commission has submitted the fourth basis to Parliament for consideration. And that was done within constitutional timelines, which is 31st December. Article 217, Sub-Article 1, requires that the Senate, once every 5 years, by resolution, determines the basis for allocating among the counties the share of revenue raised nationally. And Article 217, Sub-Article 4, says within 60 days, the National Assembly should consider the Senate resolution for adoption and amendment. The duration of the fourth basis, it shall be applied from the next financial year, 2025-2026, to the year 2029-2030. And Article 217, Sub-Article 18, provides for a review of the basis within the 5 years. So I would like us to start by looking and reviewing the implementation of the third basis. So the third basis had the equitable share of the county governments for the financial year 2020-2021. This remained the same as for the year 2019-2020. We shall look at it as we go along. And secondly, it had an equitable share among county governments for the financial year 2021-2022 to 2024-2025, which is the current financial year. Now this, the third basis, this in the wisdom of Senate, this is how the third basis was allocated. It had what we call an allocation ratio of 50% of the second basis. Allocation to each county for the financial year 2019-20 was retained as part of the third basis. So what are we saying here? That the third basis had two formulas in one. The first half of the allocation for the financial year 2019-2020 was retained in the year 2019-2020, and that figure, the half figure of that year's vertical was 158,250,000,000. The Senate took this figure, half of it, and this was to be retained throughout the formula of the third basis. I will show it to you in a table. And then the balance of the equitable share, that is the remaining 158,250 million, this was shared out based on the third formula. So this will come out clearly on this table. If you look at that table, the columns on the left, which says second revenue sharing basis, the second revenue sharing basis, the parameters were number one, population, which was for the 2009 year, was at a weight of 45%. Secondly, there was a basic share with a weight of 26%. Thirdly, the poverty, the data that was used then was for 2009 at 18%. And number four, the land area was at 8%, and it was not capped. Not capped means it was taken as the way the percentage was vis-a-vis the country's land, total land area. And then there was number five, a fiscal effort of 2%, and finally number six, a development factor of 1%. So this was the second revenue sharing basis. Now, when the third formula was developed, the third formula now had an index, a health index, or a weight with a weight of 17%. Now you see in the third formula, we have more parameters, and these parameters are what we would call more of the sectoral parameters. Looking at the sectors, the health, the agriculture, the urban services, the land area, okay, and the road index, and then again, the issue of the poverty. So the health index then was 17%, agriculture index of the 2019 data, 10%, population index of 2019 at 18%, urban services index of 2019, 5%, a basic share index of 20%, a land area index capped at 7%. That is, if your land was more than 7%, it was capped to 7%, and the weight then was 8%, a roads index of 8%, and a poverty index of, which was for 2015-16 data, of 14%. So then what I was saying earlier, the third basis picked 50% of the second revenue sharing basis. What does that mean? That the population of 209, please go back. The population of 209, the basic equal share, the poverty of 209, that is the data, the land area which had been uncapped, a fiscal effort, and a development factor. So 50% of this, when the vertical was established in the third formula, was retained. That is where the figure I showed you earlier of 158 billion 250. This was what was retained to be used for the 2021-2022 years up to 2024-25. So all the counties got 50% of, they retained that amount of money throughout up to the current financial year. And then the remaining figure, the remaining formula, if you go back here to the green, now they now applied the formula itself, the third basis formula, where as the revenue increased, the equitable share increased, then the allocation increased. When we go to plenary, that discussion will come out very clearly. Now, when you look at the formula that was used on the third basis, there was a multiple use of population-based measures. Just go back to the green. You will see that when you look at the third revenue sharing basis, health index relied on population data. Agriculture, it is more of the rural homes. The urban services, the basic share, the land area, and the roads index. Next slide, please. So if you look at the population index, it's all about the number of people. The health index, it's again about the number of people, because it's the inpatients and the number of inpatients and the number of outpatient visits in a county. Agriculture index, it's all about the rural households. The road index, it's about population not accessing a motorable road within 2 kilometers. Again, population. The poverty index is again about the number of poor people. And the urban index is about urban households. And the basic share index is about 1%, which is was based on an inverse, again, of the county population. The other one, on the issue of the critique and the review of the third formula, was that it failed to fully align resource sharing to functional assignment. So let's see what the proposals were by the stakeholders on the fourth basis, because we engaged widely. We engaged with county governments. First, we engaged them as regional blocks. Then we engaged them on an individual county basis. We engaged Parliament, including our committee, the Committee of Senate Finance Committee. We engaged also the National Assembly. and the National Treasury and other stakeholders. So in that engagement, we got feedback on a lot. There was a lot of feedback that we received. We received proposals from that engagement where there was a feeling that we should have additional parameters. And the parameters that we were being requested us to consider, one was the blue economy. Secondly, the economic growth. Thirdly, water and sanitation. We were asked to consider the fiscal effort, again, which the Senate had not considered this in the last formula. The fiscal prudence. Next slide. In the engagement, there was also discussion on whether we can have affirmative action in favor of small counties. And there was something on environment performance index. There was proposals that we consider security and disaster management, infrastructure needs, and finally, early childhood development, disease prevalence, afforestation, number of farmers, and the cost of urban service, among others. So this is what feedback we received when we engaged the stakeholders. And next slide. So our response on the feedback was as follows: that on the proposal of the incentive for economic output, that we had already considered a parameter on the gross county product per capita. So that was incorporated in the fourth basis, the draft fourth basis. On the proposal that we include blue economy as a parameter, we found no data specific for the blue economy activities for counties. On the water and sanitation, I think as you are all aware, honorable senators, there's actually no data on water scarcity per county. So it was not possible to consider that parameter. On the fiscal effort, the Muluya and me might say physical, but it's fiscal effort. The two parameters had not been considered. This was informed by the Senate's decision. In the third formula, or the third basis, there was a proposal for fiscal effort at 2% and fiscal prudence at 2%. However, these two parameters were not considered by Senate, and the Senate, in the third formula, in its decision, rejected the two parameters. And now in the draft fourth basis, what we have incorporated is an affirmative action. We did not consider that because Senate had already rejected it in the third basis. On the parameter of affirmative action, yes, that has been considered. In the draft fourth basis, we incorporate the affirmative action to cushion small counties and also ensure that no county will get less allocation in subsequent years during the implementation of the basis. Next slide. On the proposal to have an environment performance index, the parameter was not considered because, again, there's no data on environment performance per county. Number 8, on the proposal of security, the Commission did not consider this because national security is a function of the national government. On the infrastructure needs, again, we did not consider this. On the ECD, disease prevalence, afforestation, number of farmers, and cost of urban service, the framework that the Commission has prepared has moved away from the sectoral approach. The sectoral approach is what I showed you, where you have health, you have agriculture, you have roads. We have moved out of that approach. So all functions are therefore catered for within our overall framework. Number 11, proposal for disaster management. The Public Finance Management Act provides for the establishment of an emergency fund by county governments. So we did not consider that as a parameter. So what is the framework of the fourth basis? Next slide. The fourth basis was guided by Article 203. The criteria in Article 203, which clearly says the need to ensure that county governments are able to perform the functions allocated to them. Secondly, the fiscal capacity and efficiency of county governments. Thirdly, development and other needs of counties. Number 4, economic disparities within and among counties and the need to remedy them. Number 5, the need for affirmative action in respect of disadvantaged areas and groups. Number 6, the need for economic optimization of each county and to provide incentives for each county to optimize its capacity to raise revenue. And number 7, the desirability of stable and predictable allocations of revenue. So what was the objectives of this fourth revenue sharing basis? Our first objective is to ensure that the revenues are equitably shared out to facilitate service delivery. That was our first basic objective. And this we draw from the fourth schedule of Article 187 of the Constitution. Again, Article 203, Sub-Article 1D, the criteria for revenue sharing should provide adequate revenues to ensure that county governments are able to perform functions that have been assigned to them. That was our first objective. Our second objective was to share revenue equitably, to address economic disparities, and promote development. Again, we draw this from Article 203, which provides for economic optimization, consideration of development and other needs of counties, the need to address economic disparities, consideration of affirmative action for disadvantaged areas. I can see Majority Leader is very busy talking because, you know, these are things that are in his head, the Constitution. So I'm glad that this is something you really understand, that we had to consider Article 203 when we are developing this formula. And as we proceed, you will see that Article 203 was considered. Now, we had a choice of parameters. Why did we choose these parameters? It is because of the availability of data. The sectoral data, sectoral parameters that you saw earlier are data that is generated by the MDAs. This is data that the counties collect, and after they collect the data, they forward it to the MDAs, and the MDAs share the data. The question is, how reliable is that data? Is that data credible? Is it statistically sound? We will see. Next slide. Why are we doubting or finding it difficult to use sector data? If you look at this, this is data for Rural Access Index. So if we look at the two columns, you will see one column is headed stable data, the other one unstable data. Now this RAI is what is the Roads Access Index, an index that was used in the previous formulas. If you look at the Road Access Index of 2017, we have two data sets. We are trying to show you what these are counties. From number 1 to 9, this is data from actual counties. It's just that we have not projected which county, because this data is not produced or generated by them. It is generated by the respective MDAs to their roads board. So when you look at stable, we are trying to demonstrate, if you look at the first column, which shows that the road access index in 2017, for the first county, the first serial number, was 362,308 people who could access a motorable road. That is what RAI says. In the RAI of 2023, the figure is 348,795. Why do we say that is stable? It makes sense that if 362,308 in 2017 were able to access roads, then we expect if a few more roads have been developed, then the number should go down. So if you look at number 2, again, 246,675 could access motorable roads, because that's how the RAI index defines the index. Then a bit smaller number of 212, at least there was improvement. So we are saying if roads were developed, then there should be less people, people who are accessing motorable roads. No, the RAI is the number of people who can access roads. Yeah, it's the other way around. Thank you. Sorry, it's the other way around. I see you're all awake. Thank you very much. Now, when we talk of unstable data, it's the reverse. Look at number 1, 200,257. And now we have a figure of 582,416. So what happened? Maybe, we don't know. It could be migration. Yeah. Yes, these are specific counties. These are existing counties. Now it is the roads board. Yes, the data is from the roads board. It's not our data. And that's why we are saying this data is not stable. So we could not rely on it. Let's go to the next slide. Now, on this slide, we are saying there's variation on the health data. Look at county number 1. Number 1 does not mean 001. It just means serially 1 from the ones we selected. Again, the inpatient occupied bed days in 2019 was 113,772. In 2023, this occupancy of inpatient went down to 13,657. The question is, which one could have been the correct one? Is it the 13,657 or is it the 113,772? They are different years. Now, we are aware that NHIF, we have issues currently with NHIF trying to pay bills, and there's some of them they are doubting whether those bills are payable. Maybe this could have contributed, because if you had 130, okay, look at number 3, that there were 425,546 inpatient occupied beds in 2019. This figure has drastically gone down to 29,203. Maybe it was COVID, we don't know. We don't know. I think these are issues we need to discuss and really agree. Would we want to rely on such data? So the data is not reliable, it's not stable, it's not sound statistically. And remember, this is data that is generated by the counties to the MDAs then the MDAs release it. So we do not know. So we found it very difficult to rely on sectoral data. Next slide, please. So here we are simply saying that it was now a concern. That's the instability in the sectoral data, which is collected by MDAs. And we are also cognizant of Article 2031 that requires that the criteria for revenue sharing to remain stable and predictable. How stable and predictable is that data we have seen? Number 3, the Commission has therefore considered the following parameters for the fourth basis. We have considered population. Why? Because a county's proportion of population, we have picked it based on the Kenya Population and Housing Census. That is the Kenya National Bureau Statistics, Volume 1 of 2019 document. We felt a bit safer relying on that data. As to whether it is 100% reliable, at least it has come from an authority whose work is to generate data. So our first parameter is population. We have considered what we call the basic equal share. And an equal share allocation to each county to finance common functions is because functions are similar across all counties, irrespective of the size of their population and geographical size of a county. One governor, one deputy governor, and all other directorates which are part of a county. And again, this parameter cushions the small counties, because the small counties, if they get the basic share, if you were just to go by population, then they would not even get sufficient money to meet their basic costs. We have considered the geographical size of the county as a parameter. A county's proportion of the geographical size, but we have capped it at 10%, again based on the data that is provided in the Kenya Population and Housing Census of the 2019 Kenya National Bureau and Statistics data. Again, we have relied on KNBS. Poverty is another parameter. We feel it is also important to consider it. There may be an argument, are we rewarding poverty? No, there are some areas that are still suffering poverty. This one is a county's proportion of the number of poor people as provided in the Kenya Poverty Report of 2022, which is developed by the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. We have another parameter known as the income distance. This is the distance of other counties' gross county product per capita from the county with the highest gross county product per capita, based on the data by the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics for the financial years 2020, 2021, 2022. We took an average of those 3 years. The county with the highest income per capita, in this case it would be Nairobi, is assigned the distance of the next highest county. We shall see that come out if it is not clear. So, the implementation of the fourth basis. No, sorry, I need to show you the parameters that, the percentages that we have allocated, the weights. So, we had earlier indicated that we have two objectives, and one is to share revenues equitably to facilitate service delivery. The parameters that guide that is population, equal share, and geographical size. On population, we have a weight of 42%, equal share, 22%, geographical size, 9%. Under the second objective, to share revenues equitably, to address economic disparities and promote development, we have the parameter of poverty at a weight of 14% and income distance at 13%, giving a total of 100%. Now, in implementation of the fourth basis, we have established what we are calling a stabilization factor. This is inbuilt in the formula. This is to ensure that no county gets less than what they were allocated in the previous year, which is this year of 2024-2025. You will see later that no county gets less than what they were allocated in the year 2024-2025 because of the stabilization factor. No county loses. No county. So why is it important to stabilize revenue? This is to ensure the revenue that every county program and project continues without disruption that may be occasioned by sudden budget cuts arising from the change of revenue sharing framework. If you had a salary of 100,000 shillings and you had already planned your programs and projects, it would be grossly unfair if your salary went down. Then you would not be able to meet your objectives. So it's very important that that stabilization factor has been introduced in the fourth basis. And this was actually guided by the Senate in the last formula. When the Senate chose to share out to the formula, the third basis, they took the allocation of the second revenue sharing, the allocation, the third basis, and because they did not want any county to lose or to get less than what they had got in the year 2019-2020, Senate in their wisdom, had two formulas in one. They had the second revenue sharing formula at 50%, as I had shown, and then the balance was kept on increasing as the equitable share kept on increasing. So we applied the same. We ensured that no county should get less than what they got in the previous year for that exact reason. Next slide. So, what was the outcome of that formula? The fourth basis. This is a simulation done at 417,425,000,000. We are aware the current formula, the current allocation for 24-25 is 378. It is 387, sorry. It is 387 billion. Now, in our recommendation for what we call the vertical recommendation, the sharing between the national government and the county governments, before now we share out that allocation to the counties, we have recommended an additional 30 billion from the 387 billion to 425 billion. Why 30 billion? Because, and we've had engagement with National Treasury. National Treasury is proposing 405 billion. We are proposing 417 billion. But in our proposal in the 30 billion, we require 12.1 billion to apply that stabilization factor I'm talking about. The holding harmless. Holding harmless means when we ran the formula and counties appeared to be losing, the stabilization factor returned the counties back to the allocation of 2024-2025, and then we now applied the fourth basis formula. So what was the outcome? The outcome is that table. I believe if you don't have it, we shall engage with it. So that meant, if I can give an example of Baringo, Baringo's allocation for 2024-2025 is 6,684,000,000. Following the fourth basis allocation index, after stabilizing the counties, the allocation is 7,185 million, or 7,185,000,000. That will be the allocation for 2025-2026. And of course, going forward, as the vertical increases, this figure will continue increasing. As I had said earlier, no county loses, because we hold, where the county appeared to be losing, we hold you harmless. So we restore you with the stabilization factor back to 0. And to do that, we needed an additional of only 12.1 billion. National Treasury, worst case scenario, if the allocation is taken at that level, is recommending a vertical of 405 billion. So if National Treasury is recommending 405 billion, that is an additional 18 billion from the current allocation. What does that mean? That when we hold you harmless, you are covered. The 12 billion is covered in the 18 billion, and there's still a surplus. But our recommendation is 417 billion for 25. Why? Because we know counties have non-discretionary expenses. We know that counties are partnering with the national government on different projects. I think majority is very aware of the CAIPs. The counties have to give their counterpart funding of 250 million. The counties, following the housing levy, are required as an employer to give their share. There's a community health promoters, which again is a national project, counterfunded by the counties. So we considered all those factors. We considered some element of inflation. And again, we considered the fiscal space that the country is currently undergoing. And that is how we recommended 417,425. So if you now simulate the figure of 417,425, you will find a table where each county is getting the allocation, which clearly is more than what they are getting in the current financial year. Session Chair, please guide. No, I'm just asking her to guide me, because I'm getting a lot of... Okay, it's okay. Yeah.
Do you have a simulation of the current 387 so that we can be able to get a comparative? Because what we are having is the...
Yes, it is the allocation of 24-25, column 1, 2, 3.
I'm saying that one is on that basis.
Or you want a simulation of the 38?
The fourth basis on the 387.
Yes,
because that is
we can come up with that one.
That is the only way.
The one that shows counties were losing, yes, and have now been stabilized.
No, before stabilization.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. You want that one.
If you
we can generate, we have the table, if the session chair will allow.
Yeah, let's allow, yeah. Excuse me, one of my students is also trying to help me. Let's allow questions. Yeah, you actually wanted a simulation with to be introduced. Your team can be introducing that simulation because it will be very important during discussion. Yeah, but let's allow her to finish because we have the committee comments which are going to come up next. Thank you.
Professor, I have finished. Yes.
Honorable members, she has just finished her presentation. Can we give her another big hand, please? Now I invite Senator Roba to tell us the comments of the committee and how far they went. Please, come here, Roba. Senator Roba, I had already introduced you, so you please come straight to the podium.
Thank you very much. May I have your attention, honorable senators and team? Pastor Wambua, order.
Members, please take your seats. We are now at the crucial point when we should listen to what our committees concluded after this presentation. Then we can start our own comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, honorable senators. From the onset, it's extremely important to share some very serious information. The fact that the formula, the proposed formula was submitted to the Senate within the recess. As such, the committee has not processed the formula. So the committee is not sharing any position on the formula. Number two, knowing how emotive the issue of the formula is, even when I was called up as a discussant, I did not prepare to come and give input other than issues of generalities. Number three, the Senate under Article 217 is mandated to come up with a final formula. CRA is mandated to give a proposal to the Senate. And understanding how controversial the third formula was, and at that time I sat in a very uncomfortable position of serving as a governor of Mandera County, and I had a lot of cartoons drawn about me and the Senate at that point. I just want to put Nimona a little bit of discomfort already on the basis of the presentation. I want to tell the Senate of the Republic of Kenya that the committee, should the majority leader decide to maintain or retain me as the chair of that committee, because there are some changes coming up, which should happen. But what I mean, the committee is going to really make sure that we will do a very good job and consult with you on the basis of three issues, because experience comes in extremely handy. Despite the fact that, you know, Article 216 and Article 217 and Article 203 has given some guidelines. From practical discussion, it does not mean that then CRA should really alter the formula so drastically that understanding it becomes extremely difficult, even for the senators who are mandated to come up with a formula. But they are mandated to give a proposal, and the proposal is going to be subjected to a new layer of stakeholder engagements. And because of the controversy that preceded in the previous formula, we will have a number of informal sessions with the committee. The basic principle on the formula, as I stand here, and that is my personal opinion, and it's important to qualify that as my personal opinion, not as the chair of Senate Standing Committee on Finance and Budget, because we've not processed. And any position I take will be the position of the committee as they recommend the final recommendation to the Senate. And because for the 2.5 years, we've gotten a lot of support from the Senate in terms of what the committee has processed, it is not our intention to start with controversy in terms of the work of the committee. But let me just say the principle, the basic principle that as we have engaged, you know, various entities in CARA, DORA, and county additional allocation, what has come out extremely clearly is that first, with increase in shareable revenue, there must be marginal increase for all counties. Number two, and it's my personal opinion, the holding harmless issue is a controversy in itself, and we really need to find a smoother way to navigate. For example, let me put it in the most simple way to analyze. If we have shared 387.425 in the current financial year, and the numbers are what they are, and that shareable revenue moves from 387.425 and moves to 417, then the natural expectation is that whatever formula we propose, there must be marginal increase compared between the difference of 387.425 and 417. There must be considerable marginal increase for all the 47 counties, which is a very simple, position that we really need to look at. And then number three, the counties are they are devolved functions that are very basic. And there are 5 counties that are affected very severely. And we've interacted, over the last 2 years, and we see the difficulty, and it has come to light. Counties of Isiolo, Lamu, Nyamira, Nyandarua, and Tharaka Nithi have some challenge, very serious challenge, because between me and my colleague and my boss, the speaker, we've been governors, and I also have seen my colleague, my former colleague and best friend at Agement, Singishu, former governor. The basic functions of devolution, like for example, if you have, for the counties to work, you need to have 10 CECs. And because you are not in isolation, you don't exist in vacuum, you are going to perform your functions and expected to fairly do okay in comparison to other counties that also do the same functions, basically. Meaning, if there are departments within a ministry, basically, it's not you, but because you will do in comparison to other counties and will be interacting with those counties, then the department must also exist in certain basic number. And if it comes to health performance, it's the same. And as such, there are certain basic, costs that all the 47 counties will be incurring, that also we need to make sure whether a county is small or big, that all these counties are able to perform those functions. And I couldn't agree more. Those are the, the basics in terms of that, because as the CRA chair got into simulating issues of income distance, the rest were very clear. When we came to issues of income distance, the parameters severely changed. And the fact that CRA is mandated does not mean you really need to alter the formula so gravely that it puts us in a spin in terms of how we deal with this issue. The service delivery is a factor of population as well as geographical land size. But I couldn't agree more on the issue of capping, because maybe some counties are extreme outlier in terms of the size, geographical size. It's probably 20-fold for some of the counties. The other issue I need to reflect on, it's a very difficult issue. I went to Sweden in 2015 with the Council of Governors. What I came back home with is that they have data on everything. If you stand there, and we were seated, we were testing, the population of, the number of people using a walkway adjacent to this street, they'll give you. They have done analysis. Now, we do not have reliable data. And even worse is that Kenya National Bureau of Statistics allowed itself to be used as a tool And you know, for example, by the previous administration, directly in determining without using the actual collection of population census, just to be able to get a certain outcome that were politically correct in view of the state. We have a court ruling recently on that issue, which is very sad, where counties have realized negative population growth unjustifiably. Now, with that in mind, and what the CRHA has said in terms of other parameters that could have been introduced, but there is no scientific data, unchallenged scientific data, collected by an independent entity that is supposed to be doing that. For example, there is no reason why Kenya National Bureau of Statistics should not be physically present collecting all the necessary data required in the 47 counties in this country, and why they should not be resourced properly to make sure that we can generate reliable information and use that information for purpose of planning for this country. So, while I'm a discussant in this program, I sit in a very unfortunate position as being the chair of the committee that is going to work on behalf of the Senate to be able to recommend, after having done a lot of engagement with all the stakeholders. So it's impossible for me to give you a position, you know, soon, God willing, subject to the decision you are going to make very soon. Yeah, so it puts me in an awkward position because I have ideas of my own, but it's not possible
because of selfish personal interest, they actually manipulate national data. It doesn't, we don't have a country. Honestly, leaders, if we can have an officer sitting in the Ministry of Health who comes from Nairobi or Mandera or Kakamega, and because of their own parochial interests, they can actually manipulate serious data such as that, then I think we have a problem. We do not have a country. So for me, really, this engagement is important. We are not saying that you will go back to do the formula. We are just telling you that at the end of the day, you are talking to politicians, and we are getting into the second half of the term where we have to go back to the people. I will not put my neck on the line because of English. I will not. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator of Kitui.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Two things. I want to take cognizance of the fact, as espoused by Senator Roba, that actually the final decision on this matter lies with us. But Madam Chair, I also want to correct a narrative that we cannot ask questions to CRA because they have already done their job. I'm not sure they have. For the good reason, Madam Chair, that there is something that Senator Alwale has raised, the issue of income distance. I have serious questions around that issue, Madam Chair. Where has that thing come from? Where has it come from? And I want, at some point, the chairman of the Finance and Budget Committee to confirm to this House whether the report that was tabled to them by CRA contained that parameter. Or it just happened as an afterthought to fix a predetermined outcome. But I speak, Madam Chair, I am not speaking just for the sake of speaking, but I want the chair of CRA, who you are saying we cannot ask questions, but I will ask questions, Madam Speaker. What she presented today is still the shared view of the Commission? Or is there a dissenting view by the Commission on the same presentation? Because, Madam Chair, we must have full disclosure on everything. If you come to us in bad faith, then we'll treat you in bad faith. If there is a different view of the Commission in regard to the recommendations, then let that view be presented to us. Because then how are you going to make a final decision on the final formula if you don't have all the information that is in the custody of CRA? Lastly, Madam Chair, the Commission for Revenue Authority must never pretend that they can assign themselves constitutional roles that don't belong to them. The decision on how much money is given to counties in the vertical sharing of revenue is not the decision of the CRA. It is a decision that is taken elsewhere. So the simulation that we're going to have here, let's have a simulation of the figures that we have, because that's already what we have. To come and tell us that there will be another 30 billion coming, and I assure you that 30 billion will come, and no county will lose money. You know, the CRA now is actually taking up the position of the president. Really, that can never be. That assurance can never be given by CRA. CRA should just give us a formula that will deliver value to us. The decision as to how much money goes to which level of government is not the decision of the CRA. I thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. It's good also to have the facts correct, that the Constitution says CRA is mandated to make recommendations. They are recommendations. So let's not belabor that one. Let's not remind them of their mandate. They have repeated it in their first slide.
Madam Chair, don't protect the CRA. What they are saying is on record. They have said it on record, and you are saying it on record.
Senator, just stick to what the Constitution says, because it makes us move forward. And then ours is to determine by resolution, as you have said correctly. So let's not belabor who did what and who said what. We know we are going to do it. Elge Marakwet, please.
Good. Thank you, Madam
Senator
Chair.
Elge Marakwet.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the last 13 years, Madam Chair, about 10 counties have been paying salaries only. There is no meaningful development that they've done. In fact, from what Senator Sifuna said, they might lose $1 billion on a school feeding program. I think Elgeyo Marakwet County might want to be part of Nairobi County so that instead of feeding the children, you can give us that $1 billion to do development. Actually, we have been, I'm saying for the last 13 years. For the last 13 years, Madam Chair, about 10 counties have just been paying salaries. So I thought this formula now is coming in to help the 10 counties so that we can do something. Otherwise, in another 30, 40 years, some counties like Elgeyo Marakwet County will look like Kenya compared to Singapore from 1972. So we are happy, slightly happy on this particular formula. And I want to beseech our colleagues, please let us speak soberly, let us debate and see how we can help the small counties to grow. In fact, I thought with this particular formula, the minimum that should go to a county like Elgeyo Marakwet County, Lamu, Vihiga, should be 6 billion. But I've just seen Lamu is moving from 3.3 to 3.9, Elgeyo Marakwet County 4.8 to about 5.3. We'll still have a problem. So please let's discuss soberly. And we trade in. We need to push and ensure Treasury allocates the 417 billion so that at least at the bare minimum we can accept and go by what CRA has given us. I know it will go to the Finance Committee and we'll discuss as House. But I'm asking colleagues, please let us also be fair so that we don't just continue paying salaries. Devolution was not meant for salaries alone.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Tana River, Mogatana.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to add my voice to congratulate the presenter, the chair for CRA. Sitting here, I think you've done a decent job, but it's upon us to germinate the product that is here. The one question that I wanted clarified, and I hope, Madam Chair of the session, you'd give her an opportunity, and colleagues, if you can allow me, maybe even we carry it towards germinating the final formula. I wanted people to understand, and honorable members to understand, that counties that are faced with emergency situations like Tana River, and I'm not talking only of Tana River, but other counties as well that are low-lying. And in our place, we have that line that goes, there's Tana River, there's Garissa County, there is Lamu County. And I'm speaking about Tana River because almost 50% of the county went underwater when we had the flooding. So the question I'm asking Madam Chair CRA is, how can you say that emergency should not be considered because there's a fund established under PFM Act? That fund does not help because all the work the equitable share had done for the year and years past have been swept away. Why can't we create a situation or cushion counties like ours, which are low-lying, with some fund? And how can we get emergency factored in, built in within the formula, so that you take care of us? Because all these other factors, the parameters you have set, they can be swept away in one go. How do we create a situation where we are also being fair to us? I submit, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. I will come back to you, but let me go to Narok, Senator of Narok.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me begin by appreciating the good work that the Commission has undertaken. I know it is very difficult for you to be able to deal with politicians who want to send money to their counties. I empathize with my colleague from Elgeyo Marakwet. He would want to see this formula go without being challenged, but that's not the reality. Because as politicians, we know getting money from Treasury is like trying to fight as a third monkey on the Noah's Ark. It's very difficult. So I think what I wanted to know is this. You've shared information on unreliable data. We've also shared that we don't really, the credibility of the data that is coming from counties cannot be used to be able to assist CRA come up with the correct formula. What, according to you, would be the best thing for us to do to approach Treasury so that at least Parliament can allocate an additional 50 billion or like 450 billion to counties so that all counties get money? Because the current formula that you are proposing, knowing very well that we had proposed to send 407 billion, was it 407 billion to counties? But then we came back and they said 380. We fought you to 387. We are not sure we'll ever be able to get above 387. Maybe next year they might even come back and say you stick there. If they do that and we've passed this formula, how will I face the people of Narok when we lose almost 311 million back to them? So the question is, based on your recommendation, because it's now upon us to go and internalize this, what is the best way to proceed if we are not sure of getting additional revenue? Do we stick to the third generation formula and move with those parameters? Or do we then make sure we put our foot down to get 450 billion and adapt to a new parameter? Because of course I want Elgeyo Marakwet to make money, but I also do not want to lose money as a county of Narok. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Senator Meru, Embu.
Asante Chair. Yangu mimi simpongezi chairperson wa CRA kwa sababu kitu ya kwanza wakati devolution ilianza au watu walisaidiwa sana na mambo ya devolution, na miaka 10 hawajafanya upelelezi waone ile pesa wamepatiwa kwa kipindi ya miaka 10 wakiwa ni marginalized community wamefanya kazi namna gani. Kwa sababu tukiwa maseneta tumeenda county kama Turkana, county nyingi, na wamepatiwa lot of money na taxi wanalipa ni kidogo, lakini hakuna kitu wamefanya hiyo pesa. Sasa hii kama Embu tutaruhusu. Kwa hivyo mambo mengine mpaka iangaliwe. Kwa hivyo mimi ningesema CRA kitu ya kwanza ingefanya upelelezi waone hiyo pesa wamefanya kazi na mradi, alafu ndio waongezewe pesa nyingine. Na sisi tunalipa a lot of tax. Kwa hiyo napinga. Embu inapinga kwa sababu tunaruhusu pesa.
Thank you, Senator. Senate Oversight Fund to you, Mr. Speaker. Senator of Machakos, then I'll go to...
Thank you, Madam Chair of the session. Mine is just to complain like other senators about the 32 counties that are supposed to be losing while others are gaining. We are all equal and we need and we demand for equal share. So every count should be allocated equitably, because like Machakos, we are losing more than 300 million. And just now when the chair of CRA was speaking, she said that she will make sure that no county loses, and already we are losing. And so most of the projects are stalled because they cannot continue, because the allocations that is there and what they had planned to do, they can't do it now. So me personally, I can never vote for this. We need equal share of allocation to every county. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Let me go back to Senator of Eddy, Senator Eddy.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I find myself in the same precarious situation, just like the Chair of Finance and Budget, because I'm also in the Finance and Budget Committee, and I'd given a lot of feedback when this formula was first presented to us by CRA. I appreciate the effort that the CRA has put, but I am a little bit disappointed on some parameters. And I'll say them.
Honorable members, please let's listen to one another so that we don't repeat.
Yes,
if we allow members to be heard, especially the members of the committee that have already interrogated, it will help us move faster.
So I'm just going to encourage CRA to be more scientific in this formula generation. And there are going just to be 4 comments that I think that I'll reserve myself to our position or my position, because we are going to, hopefully I'll be finance and budget and I'll help with this together with the chair there. But the first principle that I wanted the CRA to actually look at, because we talked about this, what do you use as a base year in developing this formula? The base year cannot be futuristic, looking at what you hope to gain from the vertical sharing feed. The base year can either be the first year of devolution or the current year that we are in. That's the first principle. Because if you pay your formula on a futuristic amount of the future, you cannot get your formula right. The gain that any county is going to get is not as a function of the formula, but as a function of increase in revenue that is not going to happen when the vertical share increase is registered.
Say Madam Washetena, that's the formula.
Hello, yeah, I think this is better now. Then the second thing that I scientifically wanted to interrogate, CRA has told us that we have a problem with data in this country. And then CRA has gone ahead and introduced something called income distance. Income distance, in simple terms, is looking or comparing the per capita income of counties vis-a-vis the per capita income of the entire nation. Kept that simple. But you cannot get per capita income of counties without variables for why you are doing that. There has to be math. And the first math there would be, you have to show us in each county, did you look at their own source revenue as a result of coming with a per capita income? Did you look at things like compensations of all employees in those counties? Did you look at rent of the people in those counties? Did you look at all the royalties earned in those counties? Did you look at all the interest they make in those counties? And did you look at any other businesses like small enterprises in those counties that are not registered in the National Register? So I think that it is so untidy to even try to introduce income distance in this formula, because what you're going to do is that you're going to need the entire variables that computes what an income distance mean in economic terms. So that is the first flaw, because if there is somewhere where you need data, it is income distance to calculate that data, and it is not there to be able to calculate all the parameters to come up with an income distance. So it's not going to work. The third comment is a comment on geographical size. Article 6 of the Constitution defines this country's territorial integrity as both water and land, because there are communities that don't depend on land, they depend on water for their economic arrangements. Were you able to look at water as a function? Because if you go somewhere like Migori County, where almost a third of the population is dependent on economic activities in the water, the government there finds himself investing in water economic arrangements that is part of the money that is coming there. So that parameter is not well interrogated. The last one, Chair, population gets about 42%. Now, when population gets about 42%, that population only makes sense when you look at how that population affects the infrastructure of respective counties. I want to take one thing, for instance, roads. If you take roads, are you going to look at density versus distance, where, for instance, you'll go to some counties where density alone, you'll get that a county like Kisii, for instance. They might be making a small road from Soneka to Kisii town, but the density there might force Kisii County government to spend more money to maintain that road because of the regular use of that road, vis-a-vis a distance that's affected in Garissa, where you have invested in a road and maybe what will affect it is vagaries of nature like flood. So when you come up with 42% on population, how did you compute that 42%? So in conclusion, Madam Chair, I am urging CRA that maybe in future, or even as we're going to consider this, can we be more scientific on the numbers that we're coming with in all these formulas? Because without the scientific basis for them, then we are going round and round, and we would rather just maintain the current formula, but then fight for more money to come to counties, then we'll still be able to get more money regardless of the formula.
Thank you, Senator. I'll go to Senator Kiambu. I have we have consulted with the chair, and she has accepted we take all your comments, then she can react once, because some of them are comments that belong to us, actually. Senator Kiambu.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. First of all, I don't agree with those who are saying that this is just a proposal. And we should not question CRA. If they brought a good proposal, we'll applaud them. If they bring a bad proposal, we actually should even question their existence. So we should interrogate and dissect this proposal, because there's what we call institutional memory. For those who will come after, we'll have to follow the sentiment of the Senate. Madam Chair, I also want to note that this is one of the most important exercises that any Senate will carry. It happens once in 5 years. And if it happens once in 5 years, and you're living in times where some counties have been threatened with isolation, so this sharing of revenue should have that can you protect me, Madam Chair? We should have that at the back of our mind, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Chair.
That you discourage point of orders. You discourage.
Please,
allow me to speak.
Let's allow him to finish.
Thank you.
When you have your chance,
yeah,
you can respond.
Yeah, you can respond then. Madam, what I'm trying to say, devolution came to cushion counties. Came to cushion counties from any executive government that would want to undermine a specific region. So when we are talking about this exercise, we have to have that at the back of our mind, that sometimes we can have a rogue government. So we have to make sure that every county is taken care of. Now, having said that, my question is, there is one parameter they call income distance. And Madam Chair, income distance, if you look at it, is more of the poverty index, Madam Chair, because they are basing it on gross county product per capita. And if they're doing that, I am aware they have based it or benchmarked it with Nairobi. So, yet counties are autonomous. How are you calling it a gross county product per capita based on the distance from your county to Nairobi, Madam Speaker? That is something that we need to interrogate, because counties are autonomous. Question number 2, the issue of land. If you look at the presentation that were given there, land in that formula was 8%. In the fourth formula, it has gone to 9%. I don't know whether Kenya has acquired another territory because land cannot increase. Why are we basing it on 9%? So I believe that if we interrogate this issue and make sure that we do not use it to either use their stable data, as you said, or lack of it thereof, sometimes we might give counties a little share from what they deserve or what they require if we go with this formula as given by CRA, Madam Chair. So, and I know this income distance issue, they borrowed it from India, Madam Speaker. But in India, it is a poverty index. So we are having two parameters of poverty index and income distance, which is talking about the same thing. So I do not understand, or I do not agree with those who are saying we should not interrogate this. It's just a proposal. Even Adani was a proposal. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Ogola, Beatrice.
Thank you, Session Chair. My observation to the Chair, CRA, is that I'm amused that in this country we can say we lack data, especially when I look at the parameters on water and sanitation. I think that is not being honest, because we have engaged these sectors at particular times and they're able to indicate the data of availability of these resources up to village levels. So the water secretary has at some point presented those data. How comes we have no data? Unless, Chair, the indication of the lack of data is meant to create a vacuum for somebody to do as they want. And two, Madam Speaker, I want to get what is the take of CRA on this affirmative action. I know the Senate has voted against it, but I can say recently I was in Marakwet, and you could see that offering certain services, taking into consideration the topography of the place, may be even 10 or 5 times how it would be done elsewhere. And then lastly, Madam Chair, I would like to get the take of CRA on incentive use of incentives as a way of allocating resources. That is, if a county is able to use as expected or not, are they able to introduce incentives?
Thank you. Let me move to Senator Murango.
Yes,
I'll come back again this way.
Asante sana mwenyekiti wa zamu. Kwanza sijui kama maswali ambayo tunauliza itakuwa na maana, kwa sababu nimesikia kwamba ripoti ishaletwa katika kamati, ama itakuwa ni kama kuchota maji na nyavu, kwa sababu ripoti kama imefika hata tunaosema hapa sijui kama ni ya maana. Lakini hebu niseme yangu ni moja tu. Mwenyekiti wa zamu, nasikia sasa wale maseneta ambao wanasikia kama wanapoteza pesa wanapinga, wale wanapata wanaunga mkono. Na unajua ni kweli, kwa sababu mwamba ngoma ngozi uvuta kwake. Lakini ningepeana tu story tu kidogo. Niseme ya kwamba kuna daktari moja aliambia mgonjwa wake kwamba anafaa kule akunywe maziwa, mayai na nyama ya ng'ombe na sausage ya nguruwe ndio aweze kupona. Ng'ombe akatoa maziwa akaenda, kuku akataka mayai akaenda, nguruwe wakambaki, kwa sababu ndio yule mgonjwa apate sausage lazima angekufa. Sisi na akina Sifuna ndio hawa sasa nguruwe ambao tunapoteza. Wale wengine kama Senator Regeo Marakwet ndio kuku, kwa sababu ni ndogo atake aende, Karongo akamuliwe aende. Kwa hivyo panapo kupoteza mwenyekiti wa zamu itakuwa ni ngumu sana hata tukiongea leo ama mwaka mzima. Asante sana.
Thank you, Senator. Senator of Nyamira.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Those of us who are in the last Senate, this matter was very emotive. And the Governor for Mandera, we closed ranks to ensure that counties in northern Kenya were not denied resources. So as the chair of the Finance Committee, you should be the last person to pass or support a formula that is going to disadvantage some counties. That should never be supported by your committee, because we stood with counties from northeastern province, especially Mandela. And if I remember, they were losing 2 billion. You were losing 2 billion. But we stood with you because we wanted fairness. And the chair of CRA, if you read Article 2 or 3, the first parameter that should guide you is to ensure that counties are able to perform their functions. That should be the guiding. Whether you have a small count like Elgeyo Marakwet or Nyamira or a big count like Nairobi, each county must be able to perform their functions. So if you bring a formula that is going to reduce money from some counties and you deny them the ability of performing their functions, then that's not a formula that should get the support of the Senate. And then there should be fairness, Madam Chair. You know, if you do a calculation between, just pick 4 counties. If you pick Garissa, Mandera, Wajir, Marsabit, the increase of 30 billion, these counties are disappearing with about 7 billion. An increase of 30 billion benefiting 4 counties only. I don't think that is fair. So we need a formula that, you know, Senate is there to protect all counties, all governments. We are not yet to say, if Nyamira is getting, then I should not care about Kericho. No, we want to defend devolution. Then number 2, honorable senators, you know, we have counties where governors have never cared to understand that fiscal responsibility, how you use money, is a factor that should be used in sharing resources under Article 2 or 3. We have counties that have never responded to invitations by a number of our committees. But when you read, even summons. But when you read your formula, there is nothing about fiscal responsibility. I mean, this is the time that we should show that we have teeth. If you don't come to us, we should include a formula on fiscal responsibility. If you are not able to come to the Senate and defend your reports, they have moved from qualified, some are now adverse, but they are getting money again. I mean, that is being irresponsible. Chair, I thought we would, in this formula, introduce a parameter, even if it is 0.3, on fiscal responsibility, so that counties whose governors are not appearing before the Senate, counties where we have adverse reports, they should be punished. So I finally I hope, Chair, you can give a minute. I want to understand the science. This thing you have introduced called income distance resources. You know, I thought what should concern us is to ensure that resources go to people. We want resources go to people because we are not sending money to distance. It's for people to get services. So what is this formula called income distance? That imetoka wapi? And how does it translate to resources going to help people who reside in those counties? But I think we should not accept a formula that is not fair, that is glaringly disadvantaging some counties. Even if I'm not in the category of those losing, I want to stand with all the 47 counties so that there is equity and fairness. So I hope you will just spend, even if that will not change, Madam Chair, let us understand, because when you go to the House and we want to tweak and change this formula, let us at least have the benefit of having been explained by CRA how they arrived at the formula that is before us. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I'll go to Majority Leader, then I'll come back to Narok. Kajiado.
Can I proceed?
Yeah, I'll come back. Will it be better for you, Majority, to listen a little bit more?
I'm just making comments
But
also.
I want him to talk also because if you can see the last trend, I wanted comments from these people of last year who gave us sleepless nights. And I think it has been typed by my student there. It's been now typed in a very good summary by Omogeni. It's good to listen to Cheriot as a senator from the previous session, because it will help us understand this shift that the chair of the committee is saying, which is very important, that there was severe change of parameters. And these people, in the last House, by the way, people became united against the leadership of the House. They became united, and that unity brought up some parameters that are unique, and we need to understand why they came there, because I wish CRA had read the report of the Senate and why they were very passionate about the new parameters. It helps. So I think for that reason, Senator of Kericho, not Majority Leader, but Senator of Kericho.
Thank you. Thank you, my teacher. I have very brief comments on this topic. You know, there's something, and I'll just begin from where you've just concluded. While it's good to be a senator representing your people, it's even greater to entrench devolution as a senator in the Republic of Kenya. And I guess that's what experience and time needs to teach all of us. We will get it wrong if we begin this program, Madam Chair, by carrying a piece of paper in your pocket, and every formula that is applied, your only responsibility becomes, am I gaining or losing? I think we need to interrogate more deeper than that. And I guess that is a calling that we are being made to. I appreciate the work that CRA has done. I will not be dismissive of their thoughts, because I believe, and I know, I'm certain about it, that it's made up of intelligent people who know what they are doing. My question is to seek to understand the reasoning behind the path that they want to guide us as a Senate in making the decision that will lead us to arrive at the fourth generation formula. Therefore, Madam Chairperson, I have a basic comment. First of all, on your presentation, I'd wish that you had stuck with the same name for the parameters, because if you look at your final presentation on what the parameters are, you're changing names from, like previously what they had been referred to. You call it in one of your presentations is basic share, and I think in the other presentation for the fourth generation formula, you refer it to as something else. I think just for neatness of presentation and to make it easy for us to follow, it's important that we set a culture of referring to parameters with one name. And that should help you to appreciate what, especially on the four parameters that don't vary, in the second, the third, and the fourth generation, which is population, basic share, land, and poverty, because it features in all the four of them, only that the weights are different. For example, in the second generation, population was at 45%, you've reduced it to 42% in your proposal. It would be nice to know what would be your reasoning, why you think now it's a lesser weight, same as basic share, which you want to upscale from 20 rather, to 22%. This discussion about capping and uncapping of land size is a very complicated conversation, especially now that you want to grow the land weight from 7% and it being capped to 9% of geographical size, and in your formula is not clear whether you are capping or not capping it. I'd wish to hear your thoughts about it. On the issue of data, you know, CRA is not just another commission. you occupy a very important place in our country, where you are the commission that is constitutionally charged with the mandate of guiding the country on a path towards stability and equitable share of resources. This issue of data cannot just be left to fly like a point that you made and have asked us to do something. I wish you would have mentioned something about it and maybe asked us as Parliament to be more diligent, perhaps maybe set up law on how to prevent data breach, or a process through which you can have clean, uninfiltrated data that can guide, especially things to do with health, water, accessibility of road, because it's a very salient point, because basically what you're telling us is that even the data we have used previously, there's no guarantee that it was the right thing. Maybe somebody played some games on us and we believed that that is accurate information. Therefore, I wish, now that this is past due, that when Robert's committee consider this conversation, that they can lead the House into either coming up with some legal framework on how to secure, on how first to collect, then secure data that will help us. We have even this situation with our brothers and sisters from northern Kenya, the 3 counties that have been, whose census has been cancelled. I guess you're speaking to the same point, and we'll have to make a decision eventually on what basis to do. Lastly, please help me, and I really beg as a leader, to understand and make sense of this animal you're calling income distance. I listened to you quite keenly when you're making your presentation, and up to now, I'm still struggling to understand, because I want to, by the time that I eventually make a decision alongside my colleagues, to know what is the thinking of this income distance. How was it achieved? There was something that you removed, and your explanation from your presentation, I expect you to do better, Madam Chair. You say you removed fiscal effort and fiscal prudence because the Senate removed it last time. The reason we did it at that particular time of doing third generation is because it was so complicated, and you are trying to get even a simple point upon which you'd have more convergence of ideas and ensure that very few counties end up losing, if any must lose. But like Senator Okongo is saying, it's a constitutional doctrine. Article 203 I speaks of the need to incentivize counties to manage their resources better. I want to propose to Senator Roberts' committee that we must bring back that index of ensuring that the counties that manage their resources better are rewarded. Those that do it poorly, you don't collect ONSO's revenue, you don't manage your books properly, they must be punished. So that, because human beings, they respond to either the carrot or the stick. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Tobiko. Then I go to Senator Nyeri. I'm sweeping this way. I'm coming this way. I will be there. Everybody will have a chance today. We said everybody has a right to talk on this one.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Chair, whereas it's natural for everybody to try and pull, the rope towards their direction or the direction of their individual counties, Chair, I would want to, as much as possible, take a global view of all counties and what is fair, and in terms of distribution, and what is equitably reasonable for all counties, Madam Speaker. Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I wanted to support the submission by Senator Mungatana that the parameters should include, it's very important that it includes an emergency index, because there are counties that are prone to emergency situations like droughts, floods, fires, Madam Speaker, and all this should be taken into consideration. Madam Chair, the essence of devolution was basically to address historical disadvantages of various parts of this country, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when I say that, particularly in my mind, is pastoral counties, Madam Speaker, that were left behind in terms of infrastructure development because it was considered infrastructure like roads, tarmac roads are not necessary, Madam Speaker. And there are counties, and I wanted particularly, our brothers who from central Kenya, I don't know how many watched the Mutahi Nguni, the Fifth Estate submission the other day, of counties that have had 61 years of infrastructural development, 61 years of economic empowerment, social mobilization, advantage over the rest of the country, Madam Speaker. And this is what devolution was supposed to come and equalize, Madam, and stabilize, Madam Speaker, to the advantage of all Kenyans, Madam Speaker. When you talk of proximity to Nairobi and use the poverty index, most of the times, Madam Speaker, I will tell you, Kajiado has been ranked, like one of the very rich counties. But do you know what? They use the lenses of the Nairobians who use Kajiado as a bedroom. The ones who have good homes, good sanitation facilities, but just go a little beyond and you find the poorest people living not very far from Nairobi. The only thing we see is lights from Nairobi. But there is no infrastructure reaching our places, Madam Speaker. Not roads, not electricity, not piped water, nothing, Madam Speaker. And so, Madam Speaker, when
off and on?
Yes. Madam Speaker, when the CRA talks of the income distance, maybe it's good for us to know this income distance, whether it is in terms of what gross county product per capita, whether it's an income variance, or whether it's just distance. Because, Madam Speaker, for some counties like Kajiado, our proximity to Nairobi has disadvantaged us. It has disadvantaged us a lot because it's considered that we have the facilities, we have the income when we don't, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, it will be very good if this income distance is specified, whether it's an income variance. And also know that those who are earning well in Nairobi are looking for spaces elsewhere, but it doesn't mean the rural population is benefiting from their presence in our counties, Madam Speaker. So it's good that we are clear on what is being used, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Nyeri.
Thank you very much, Session Chair. Most of what I could have wanted to raise have been said by my colleagues, but there is one thing that I thought I could have expected to hear from the Chair CLA, and that is on the population growth, how that has been put in. On the landmass, that one, it is something that needs to be discussed quite further, but most importantly, fiscal prudence by county governments. We must create an incentive for those who are able to generate a lot on their own source revenue, those who are quite accountable on the expenditure, but most importantly, also create a kind of a punishment index that will ensure that those county governments that are not prudent in their expenditure, those which have a lot of queries from the Auditor General, that are also made to answer for that. And that the only way that can be done is to ensure that, because this is also a political tool, if the governors are made to pay for their own unaccountability, then it will discourage more and moving forward. Because it is, of course, a question that we keep on asking ourselves, 10 years after devolution, what is it that can be shown by some counties. While others have done very, very well, there are some who have done very, very poorly, not because they don't get the resource allocation, but because there is a lot of misuse. And I think these are some of the issues, and I think Senator Roba, these are some of the issues that we must look at. We know we have governors who are supposed to appear before us, and they do not because they don't think that the Senate is important. This is now the time to show them that fiscal prudence is important when it comes to the allocation. Thank you, Session Chair.
Thank you, Senator of Taita Taveta.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. When we are doing the third basis of revenue sharing, we had agreed in principle that no county should lose money. No county should get less money than what they received in the previous year. That's what we agreed. In 2020, when we were doing the third basis, we were in a very unique situation because then the parameters were changing and the variables were changing. We were using 2019 census data, yet the previous year we were using the 2009 data, so we're in those problems. I think having agreed that no county should lose money, the second thing should be there are those very small counties that get very little money, making the counties almost not viable. The counties of Tharaka-Nithi, Taita Taveta, Elgeyo Marakwet, Lamu, Isiolo. There has to be a way of cushioning them. Maybe ring-fencing some little money to make sure that these counties get extra coins to make them more viable. Madam Speaker, I don't know how would, Madam Chair, I don't know how would do that, but there has to be a way of cushioning them and having them get slightly more money. And there should be a parameter, Madam Speaker, for those counties that are ravaged with human-wildlife conflict. I don't know how we'll do it, but it's really problematic because we get a lot of income from tourism as a result of wildlife. But in the parameters, there's nowhere where we put a parameter to cushion the counties of Kajiado, Taita Taveta, because they are ravaged by the issue of human-wildlife conflict, Madam Speaker. So that would be my submission, that let's look for a way of getting a parameter to cushion the areas and regions that face human-wildlife conflict. Number two, we need to cushion the counties that get very little money, making the counties almost unviable. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Mariam.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mine is, first I appreciate the work of Sierra, and on that proposal of this, what we are discussing now, it originated from a stakeholders proposal, the parameters. On that parameters, you have analyzed it, and one of them you have omitted is infrastructure needs, which is not there, which you have omitted. My question is this infrastructure needs you have omitted, is it the same as this income distance? Because distance means roads. So my opinion, I suggest that these are structural needs, because in our county we need structural roads like roads. So in that scenario, your parameters, you have omitted that the needs people have, and you put the income distance. So my question, my opinion, my suggestion is now if we can suggest on changing to the road infrastructure needs instead of income distance. That is my opinion. Thank you.
Senator, let me go to Senator Osotsi.
Thank you, Session Chair. I think, as Honorable Sifuna has said, as ODM, we have taken a position that no county should lose money. That's our position. Whatever formula we come up with, no county should lose money. Having said that, I also want to support Senator Mogeni and I think Senator Wamatangi position, that even as we push to send more money to our counties, we should not forget a very important thing, which is fiscal responsibility. I am looking at the counties which have gained money, and where I sit as the chair of CPIC, and Senator Kajwang also agrees with me, those are the counties where corruption thrives. So I think as a Senate, even as we push hard to send more money to our counties, we must also ensure that fiscal responsibility is one of the factors that we are going to consider in this formula. Lastly, I also represent a small county, and I want to congratulate CRA. For the first time, this challenge of small counties has been taken care of by CRA, only that it's too little. And I think it's integrated in the equal share. That's why the equal share has gone up by only 2%. I think we need to look at this matter critically, because it is becoming unviable to sustain the small counties. For example, in my county, they have a budget, development budget of less than 700 million. What can you do with that? Even CDF from the 5 constituencies combined, they have more money than the governor. So I think as we think about monies to our counties, as we ensure that no county loses, we must also help those small counties so that they are sustainable, because they all inherited the same staff establishment as big counties. And it's so difficult to run a small county, especially if you are in close proximity to a county that gets a higher allocation. For example, Vihiga County is proximity to Kakamega County. They think the governor is not working. But because the governor is not able to do the same things that Kakamega can do with their large allocation they get from the exchequer. So I think, colleagues, we would be making an appeal to you to also think about the small counties, as Senator Overgeo Marakweta said, because this is not sustainable.
Thank you. I'll go to Senator Oburu.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I also want to thank the Commissioner of Revenue Authority for the presentation. And Madam Chair, it is important that we don't keep on introducing new language and new formulas before we successfully and effectively implement the ones which we have. For instance, this equalization fund, when it was presented to us last year, I was quite concerned that the CRA was recommending allocations to some counties which don't deserve that fund at all. And yet that fund has a time limit. It is not a forever fund which is going to be incorporated in our budgets forever. It was meant to address the issue of inequality in allocations, in development, which was as a historical injustice meted out to some counties, particularly the ones in northern parts of our country. And this money was specifically meant to bring equality in development. And when the formula is presented to us, and even the counties you see benefiting from the fund, they are not actually the ones which should benefit from the fund, some of them. And I'm wondering, Madam Chair, now that that one is going to be wound up, now you have come up with income distance, which to me, it's replacing the poverty index. And the poverty index was a very well thought out formula, which I don't think should disappear it should disappear and replaced by a language which we have not weighed very well, which we don't understand, which is applicable in other jurisdictions. But in our country, it is coming up as a new concept. I don't know whether it is exactly replacing both poverty, there's food poverty and absolute poverty, and this county poverty index and so on. So together taken, why don't you even rationalize that poverty index instead of introducing another language which is confusing? So, Madam Chair, I hope that the equalization fund is going to be used to take care so that no county loses on this in this formula, and no county loses, and then we effectively use the equalization fund to deal with those factors which are of equalization in nature. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Wasingishu. Hi, Senator.
Thank you very much, Chair. First, let me start by thanking CRA for the job they have done, but first say that as a Senator for Wasingishu, having looked at the formula and seeing that we are gaining in terms of the new formula, but I would like to say that I think our position as the Senate, and it is important for devolution, is to ensure that no county is losing. I think that is the basic formula we would like to see as a Senate, that ensure that there is no county that is going to lose money so that another county can gain. Number two, I do support the need for reintroduction of the fiscal responsibility parameter, because that is what ensures that the money that is sent to counties are actually used for the purpose that was intended, and it also shows prudence and evidence that the money was properly used. But on the parameter of increase on own source revenue, I have an issue in terms of consideration of that parameter, because in the past, from experience, you would find a county that has increased its own source revenue by just 10 million, and that was their target, and it is perceived to have done extremely very well, and they get the funds or the reward for increase on own source revenue. But you would find counties that have increased their own source revenue by 300 million, 400 million, but because that was not the target, they then don't earn from the increase of own source revenue. So there will be need, if that parameter is going to be used, for further detailing of how a county then qualifies in terms of the increase of own source revenue. Finally, on the issue of small counties like my neighbor Elgeyo Marakwet County, and I think of other counties like Lamu and others, Madam Speaker, in my view, I think as a Senate, and for purposes of making sure devolution works in all parts of the country, and knowing very well that there was a very good reason as to why those counties had to exist, however small they are, that then we would, I would suggest that there will be need to review the equitable share from the current figure to probably every county should get an equal share of at least 6 billion. The rest of the money then can be applied to the formulas and the parameters that are part of the current formula. Finally, I would, well, I know CRA is not the right entity to ask, but maybe any one of us, probably the chair of lands or the chair of security will tell us whether counties like Migori, Lamu, where do the boundary of Lamu County lie? Does it lie in the international boundary in the waters of Kenya, or just the land? Because so that when you are considering the mass of the county, I think then Lamu the boundary of Lamu should be to the farthest of the sea where the boundary of Kenya is, because that should be also considered as part of Lamu, so that the formula can also effectively apply. And for Migori, it should be somewhere in Lake Victoria. And so I know that may not be serious, but if somebody could have some information, probably it will be useful to also know. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Honorable Senators, we still have 2 topics, and I don't want us to take long, but the final person is going to be the DS. Before I ask the 2 to make their last comments, which will be very, very brief. So,
yeah,
DS.
Mine is very brief, Madam Chair. I first of all want to thank the Chair CRI, because of course she has introduced new terms that are used in the US and other developed world, especially the income distance. This is a new vocabulary which you have introduced. So we thank you at least also for giving us a report to discuss. That is a milestone. I was very happy when you presented and you said there is no county which you lose, because that is the spirit of our Senate and the spirit of devolution. But when you computed your simulations on a projected figure and ambitions of 417 billion, myself I asked myself so many questions. Where do we get the 417 billion? I participated in the mediation committee when we proposed, I think CRI and proposed 410 billion, Senate and 415. So I participated in the mediation committee when we brought it to 400 billion. Later on, it went again back to 387. So in principle, I will also support a position that no county should lose even a coin. It's better we fight for more allocation from the treasury, so that we get more allocation even up to 400 billion, so that every county at least can have an additional income. I want to slightly differ with the senators who are suggesting that we punish counties because of misappropriation of governance, those with only queries, those with the poor absorption of development funds. When we slash money going to the county, we are not punishing the governor. We are punishing the population, the community living in that county. Therefore, Senate has been given another power under Article 181. So when a rogue governor is brought to the Senate, we have not agreed as a Senate that this governor out of 67 or 47 delegations should keep this governor out of office. We should differ on other interests. Therefore, I think we are preaching water and taking wine. I would love to see a governor who is brought to the Senate, and then we agree, all of us, that all the 47 delegations, let this governor go home so that that county can proceed. We have cases that have been brought to the Senate, but cutting budgets for the counties because of mismanagement, it is the long thing that the Senate should do. The Senate should do their oversight and make sure that they use the Article 96 of the Constitution so that these people can be able to get their discipline. I also would like to see one day maybe the Committee on CPAC and the CPIC give us a rank on the performance of the governors. Because there's opinion polls which are released every, I think, 2 months, 3 months. There are so many companies which release opinion polls. And the counties which misappropriate more, the governors are ranked from number 1 to 5. Like Kakamega is always number 1 in the opinion polls, Kakamega and governor. And when the senator is in Kakamega, usually makes a lot of noise, like indeed the last 2 weeks when the president was in Kakamega. So I think if CPIC and CPAC can be giving us an analytical data, including even actually the control of budget. Actually, she knows which county absorbs better, which one does not, the development funds. Also, the Auditor General, Office of the Auditor General, because they interrogate audited accounts of the counties. These are the people, the offices, which should be giving us the opportunity to interrogate all these issues. I'm happy that Senator Mungatana mentioned that there are specific issues, especially in counties, in Lamu, Taita Taveta, because of OneDrive, and also, which is this, Tana River counties. These counties should be looked at in a different way, Madam Chair, and a formula to be adopted, because even our county mayor, for example, we have a lot of cases on human OneDrive conflict. I think you can see there is an elephant which chased a person yesterday in Meru, and it killed that guy instantly yesterday. So these cases are always there. KWS has failed. If this money can be left even at the county level, at the county treasury, so that every county can sort its own issues. If it's Taveta, which has historical issues since I was a member of parliament in 2013, there are compensations which are still not effected. So, Madam Chair, thank you for the opportunity to interrogate your report. And don't feel discouraged. This topic is very emotive because it touches on the counties and the politics mixed together. So don't feel discouraged, and your commissioners. Endeleeni kufanyia Wakenya kazi vivyo hivyo mnafanya. Asante sana.
Thank you very much, DS. You have given a very good summary of quite a number of issues that have come up. Honorable Senators, we are now at the tail end. This topic is one of the most important ones. We do it only once in 5 years, and it's very important that fairness, as I said at the beginning, is not only seen, is not only done, but it's also seen to be done. The chair of CRA, we have given you a lot of issues, and I think it started from the changes that were made on the parameters. And we want to hear your comments, very brief comments, because I think we are still going to have another session. The committee will be calling for another session also. In the last one, we actually had 2 or 3 times with the CRA. I think we had about 3 meetings with CRA. So this is only the first time when the document is being exposed to the honorable senators, and it should not discourage, because we worked on it for 3 times before actually we did. So I'll be expecting the chair of the committee to give us a way forward from moving from here. But because I don't think we are going to answer all the 25 senators who have participated, we would really expect you to clarify where there was need for clarification. The main issue is the changes in parameters, changes also in the titles that have been used, because if you shift names, it goes with some values are lost, some values are retained. So we would like you to make comments on that one. But I still think the Senate recommendations of the third formula would be very useful. If you are going to give more feedback to the committee, please look at that one. Because by the time the senator said 50% should be implemented as per the second formula, it was extremely serious, because members were feeling that there was too much shift. So I want you to make your comments now, and then we'll allow the chair of the committee to make to give us a way forward as a committee. Otherwise, members, you have done a great job. I think everybody has explained. I don't know whether we managed to capture the essence of the table. Senator Alwale, do you still have a comment on the table that you want to highlight? Because when the table came, but you had an issue on the formula that came out. If you can mention that, it can also go into records. By the way, everything we are doing is being recorded, so that the next meeting will be better than today. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, for that brief opportunity. I will not repeat myself, but just confirm that since we are retreating to the Committee of Finance, we will be able to come out with the proper tables. I take the presentation from the CRA as just one of the views that will inform the Senate when we are now working on this formula. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With those remarks, therefore.
a brief comment.
Before she
Yes.
makes her remarks, yeah?
Actually, after she makes her remarks.
Yes,
Sorry.
I think yours is after
Yeah,
she makes.
after.
So,
Just one point. Because I challenged the issue of income distance, I would like to repeat that much as I was informed by the fact that there are no states in Kenya, but even if we wanted to use that parallel to apply to counties, we run a very dangerous risk. A county like Kajiado, for example, because of its proximity to Nairobi, will not enjoy anything. Machakos will lose out. Kiambu will lose out for the reason that they are just near Nairobi. This is something that cannot apply in Kenya at all.
I think one of the questions was for her to explain exactly what it is. Majority leader said he doesn't even understand what it is. So let her clarify that, then we'll be more informed as we go to the committee stage. Yeah, let's allow her to do maximum 3 minutes or 5 minutes. Yeah, 5 minutes, and then the chair another 2 minutes, because we needed to have started at noon exactly the next session.
Thank you, Professor. You know, for you, you are able to quickly summarize things into 1-2 minutes, given your background. But let me start by just saying that this formula is not a budgetary tool. It is an allocation tool. What do we mean by that? That we allocate resources to counties and they decide how they are going to utilize them. Whether they'll put the money in health, they decide the percentage. Whether they'll put the money in agriculture, they decide the percentage, because ultimately their budgets are still approved by the county assembly. So it's not a budgetary tool for us. It's a tool to ensure the counties get resources and they share them out to their respective areas of priority. I want to quickly request I want to start with the director, because we were told to be scientific. She will give you the scientific explanation of income distance. And just for clarity, Director, please start coming forward. Or you will respond from there? I thought it would be better here. I think you better come forward. It is not the distance in kilometers, as you will see. It is not the distance in kilometers. So Kajiado, be assured, being a neighbor to Nairobi, you are not a victim.
Thank you, Madam Chair CRA and Honorable Senators. We appreciate your comments. I could give an explanation of a definition basically of what is income distance. It is not proximity to Nairobi. Article 203 requires the Commission to consider developmental gaps and income or inequalities or disparities among counties. We have a measure called our national GDP. So if you want to know between Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, and the US, which is the most developed country, you look at the country's GDP per capita. Now, the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics has calculated the GDP, which is the gross national product for Kenya. The Kenya National Bureau has gone ahead and calculated and releases every year the county GDP, gross county product. So if you want to know which county is the least developed, then you use the GDP of that county. And that is what the Commission is using. What is the GDP of Mandera, Wajir, Nairobi, or Kajiado? It is not proximity from Nairobi. We're asking ourselves, what is this county's GDP? What are the economic activities currently going on in a county which defines their development? We are aware that the counties have different potentials, and from those potentials, those counties can raise own source revenue. Nairobi can raise the highest, followed by other counties, but we have counties who are not even able to raise 1%, even if they put all their effort. So it is an effort by the Commission to address the developmental needs of counties. And it's in the interest of this country that the counties who are lagging behind, devolution came to help them. So the county, for example, with the least GDP is the county of Mandera. The county with the highest GDP is the county of Nairobi, followed by the county of Mombasa. So what are we measuring? We are measuring the gap between the development of Mandera, which is the least developed county, using the county GDP, from Nairobi. Everybody is supposed to move forward. But then you don't hold Nairobi where they are. So when you subtract Mandera from Nairobi, you have a gap. And the gap is maybe 0.67. Now, when you subtract Nairobi from itself, you get a 0. You don't allow Nairobi to get stuck where they are. You give Nairobi the gap of the next county, which is the next developed county, is the county of Mombasa. So Nairobi and Mandera have the same distance, which is 0.26. You use those gaps to calculate an index. It's on basis of that index that we are allocating counties money. We are trying to correct for the developmental gap, which is part of Article 203. Now, the question we are asking here is anybody losing the money? Nobody's losing the money. Now, we have borrowed, yes. If you look at our formula and our constitution, we are borrowed from the other countries. South Africa has been here with the formula. The second commission borrowed the sectoral approach, the formula from South Africa. Now, the first commission, which did the first two formula, borrowed their formula from India. The commission has gone for also benchmarking, and the senators, you raised correctly, that the shift between the second formula and the third formula was so huge. And that is why the Senate, in their own wisdom, tried to use the second formula to stabilize the third formula. Our chair has demonstrated that if you look at the sectoral data, and there is no problem, we have given you all the data. If you update the data, even if you remain with the third formula, you have to update the data. You have new data. The moment you update that data, you saw a county whose numbers were 200,000 away from the road. That count has gone to 600. That county will gain a whole billion. How do you do that? You have a county whose numbers for health, because we have the health parameter and it has come up, you look at that parameter, a county with the highest number was Kakamega. Now, you look at the current number, the number has come down from 800,000 to 80. If you update the data, that county loses 2 billion. So the commission has used all those simulations, and it is not possible to stabilize the third formula using the new data. What have we done? We have taken almost 90% of the second formula, which is what the Senate used to stabilize the formula. But then the issue here, income distance, it is not proximity in terms of kilometers. We are trying to correct for the developmental gaps among the counties. You have asked, why have we changed how we define the parameters remaining similar? Because the stakeholders were not agreeing, or they were not understanding the division of the parameter. The land area, which has been there in the first, second, and the third, the governors have always written to us saying we are not incorporating their water bodies. What we were having as land area incorporated the water bodies. So to be on the safe side and the same understanding, we called it the geographical size, which has got the dry land and the water for the counties, for just uniformity and understanding. And therefore, for the senator who asked, yes, we go all the way to the territorial waters, be it in the Indian Ocean or in the Lake Victoria, because the sum total of the county sizes gives you the constitutional size of Kenya in the constitution. The base year is 24-25. The water issue, we have data on water by the Kenya National Bureau, but the data for water is safe drinking water. So if you come from Isiolo or the marginalized counties and you have safe water because you have boreholes, your population, a higher number, has access to water. And you will find that the counties without access to water by the WHO definition is the counties in the lake region, because they are using the running waters not classified as data. And therefore, when you allocate resources, it will defeat political and economic logic to allocate money for water for counties not having a challenge with water scarcity. And why the chair for CRS said, we do not have an index on water scarcity in this country. Chair, thank you. And then in this formula, the 417 is a CRA recommendation. The 405, National Treasury has recommended because we have the budget policy statement presented in IBEC. Now, the minimum allocation you need in this formula for no county to get less than what they have is 400,000. So the commission has said is we will ensure in this formula nobody loses any money, even at 400. The worst you can be is get what you want into 2024 and 2025. And the holding harmless is not annual, like we are having in the current formula, where you keep on having an allocation index and a formula. We have inbuilt that allocation index in the formula. So the moment you use the current allocation factor, that factor moves on without you losing anything. So everybody is held harmless from the first year of the formula to the last of the formula. Chair CRA, thank you, and thank you, Senators.
Senator Kakamega, what she's clearly saying is that once we hold you harmless, you are maybe, let's say, at 200,000, and last year you were at 250. Once we hold you harmless, we restore you back to 250 once. And then going forward, that becomes your minimum. So next year, when the sharing of vertical is done, you will not get less than the 250. You continue getting more. So you will never go below once we hold you harmless now.
Maybe, Chair, what I may add, let's use the example of Mandela. For several parameters, when you simulate whichever formula, even the previous one, in the third formula, it was the county with the highest 2 billion
you continue
revenue recall,
so you
because
will
of the
never go
population
below
issue between
once we
2009
hold you
and
harmless
2019. The same happens Maybe, whether Chair, it's what the I sectoral may formula, add, let's use or the this proxy formula. So then For when several you run the parameters, simulation, when you simulate negative whichever formula, Kakamega even the previous 1.4 in the third formula, what it was happens the at that county level with the highest you 2 billion return revenue recall to Mandela because 2 of the
billion,
population
you
issue
return
to
to
Kakamega 1.4 billion. The same
You
happens
return
whether it's
to
the sectoral formula
billion.
or this proxy
Now,
formula.
whoever
So
gained,
then when
and
you
say, for
run the
example,
simulation,
Elgeyo Marakwet
Mandela
gained
has negative
400,
200, Kakamega
so
has
Elgeyo
negative
Marakwet
1.4.
will have the
What
additional
happens at that
400,
level?
but
you
you
return
return
to Kakamega the
to Mandela 2
1.4
billion,
and
you
to
return
Mandela
to
2 billion.
Kakamega
You
1.4
create an
billion.
index at
You
that
return to
level
Kilifi
with
1.2
everybody
billion.
not losing.
Now,
That is
whoever
the
gained,
index
and
and
say,
which
for
will share
example,
revenues
Elgeyo
going
Marakwet
forward. So
gained
nobody
400.
loses.
So Elgeyo
in the
Marakwet
index
will have
when
the
it's already
additional
in
400, but you
Thank you.
restore
Chair.
to Kakamega the 1.4 and to Mandela 2 billion.
Please.
You create
Give
an
me,
index
minutes.
at that
2
level
more
with
minutes.
everybody not
In
losing.
one of those
That is the
minutes,
index
I'd like
which
to
will share
request the
revenues going
chairperson
forward.
of
So
the
nobody
Revenue
loses
Allocation
with the
Committee.
index when it's
I
already
think there
in
are
there.
some clarifications
Thank you,
you'd want
Chair.
to make.
Thank
And as she
you.
comes
Please.
forward, or
Give me
she's
two more
standing
minutes.
there, 2 more minutes. In
Senator
one of those
Wambua,
minutes,
you
I'd like
asked,
to request the
is
chairperson
it a
of the
commission
Revenue
decision?
Allocation Committee.
Indeed, it
I think
is.
there are some clarifications
It is a
you'd want to
commission
make.
decision.
And as she
The-
comes
the-
forward,
or
commissioners
if
who are
she's
here
standing
there
are the ones who
Senator
are
Wambua,
you
in
asked,
charge of that
is
subcommittee.
it a commission decision?
The Revenue Allocation
Indeed,
Committee.
it is.
The other
It is a
commissioners would
commission
have been here,
decision.
but we have some who
The
are commissioners
engaging
who are here
with
with
the
other
other ones
activities
who
are in
it
charge
is
of that
a commission
subcommittee,
decision.
the Revenue
That I
Allocation
assure you.
Committee. The other commissioners would have been here, but we have some who
Proceed.
are engaging
1 minute.
with the other activities are totally.
It is a commission decision.
You
That I
introduce
assure you.
yourself, because when
Noted.
the others introduced you, were
You
not
can
there.
use the other microphone.
1 minute.
The mobile one.
You introduce yourself, because when the others introduced you, were
You
not there.
can use the other microphone.
Thank you.
The mobile one.
Chair, I'm Fatuma Gedi, Commissioner Revenue Allocation. Thank you, Chair. I'm Fatuma Revenue Allocation Committee. Commissioner Revenue Allocation. Chair, I am the chair of First Revenue Allocation Committee. To thank the senators for asking questions. First of all, I want to take the opportunity to thank the senators, but as for asking questions. And it is their right. As you have demonstrated, Chair, as you have demonstrated, we the commissioners, we are here to correct historical injustice. We the commissioners, we are here to correct historical injustice and discrimination. To have everybody, and that is what we have presented. To have Chair. Everybody on board, and that is what we have presented, Chair. The reason why we have
moved
the
away
reason
from
why
sectoral,
you've again demonstrated
moved
because
away
of
from
that.
sectoral, you've again demonstrated.
So again, I want to plead with
so
the
again, I
senators
want
in
to
the House
plead with the senators in the
to
House
follow up
to
with KNBS,
follow up with KNBS,
so that this country
so
can
that
have
this country can have
reliable data.
reliable
That
data.
is where the problem
That is where
is.
the problem is.
For of course,
right now,
no county is losing. But just to respond to few queries, the counties that have gained, there's some counties that have gained. And we've noted that we are to be fair, they were unfairly benefited from the third formula. So as commission, we do not want to sit and do the same mistake. We wanted to correct what we have done. For why land area moved from 8 and population 42. Honorable senators, the population in the third formula was duplicated in all the parameters. Health, agriculture, poverty, it's a number of poor people. So again, you have to balance this country. And again, the other challenge was the small counties. Right now, in our formula, the biggest beneficiaries are the small counties. Like Vihiga, Tarakanidi, Elgeyo Marakwet, those who have been really crying for additional allocation. So, Chair, mine is just to persuade the honorable senators that the powers is just to recommend. But again, we have to be very objective. We don't want to look at my county is losing or another one is gaining. Let's look at the entire country. They're the half and they're the half. So let's balance all that and we move forward together.
Thank you, Rebecca.
Commissioner Dr. Wayaki, half a minute, please. Half a minute. My time being just moderated here, and I needed to summarize.
Thank you, Chair. I think I just want to add that the majority asked what have we proposed because of the challenges we have with data, and I would want to tell the Senate that is a bill that came to us, the county statistics which would be important for them to consider and approve it because it would help us to deal with the data challenges. If you look at 7 counties, only about like 4 counties do the statistical abstract. In terms of beyond the KNBS, if we have reviewed data from the counties, that would be important. I think the county statistics bills, they will help us. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair and Professor, I think most issues have been addressed. Most of the key issues. Some of them had been indicated. We have recommended. It is Senate to determine. I think the issue instance has been clearly explained. Holding harmless. Senator Muranga, we only need 12 billion to be able to hold everybody harmless. National Treasury has proposed the figure 405 billion. We were with them at the IBEC. So that figure is 6 billion what we require to hold the counties harmless. I think it is clear that we have a problem with sectoral data. We have explained. I do not want to explain further on that one. Senators Sifuna just want to tell this is a zero-sum game. The figure, if one has to get more, one has to get less. So what should we be looking at? We should be looking at how we can have a bigger cake baked at the national level. So that is where we are fighting over rabbit when we should be looking something bigger than that. That is where actually laying our emphasis. Senator Wambua, you were also asking why are we taking a mandate which is not ours. Indeed, it is our mandate to recommend both vertical and horizontal. So we are in our right space to recommend the 417. Tana River, yes, Senator, we do agree with you. In fact, we discussed it at length. What do we do with counties that face disasters? Lands in India, plant in India that they set aside a fund, which is there annually, and because we know these disasters will take, and even the senator who indicated about the special problems that other counties have. Yes, indeed. We thought this would fall under our recommendation way forward, because we think it is indeed very important, because we're not able to secure ways and means of ensuring that is set up. So that is we are going to recommend. Senator Narok, what is the best thing? To get more resources? We need your support. The higher support. We really need to ensure that we bake that cake, and we need to support the national government in doing that. Senator Embu, Senator Machakos, as we told you, you are not losing, no one is losing. Senator Eddy wanted to know the efforts of CRA and the issue of GCP. It has been said here clearly, we deal with the county gross product, which has already been developed. So by the time it is being given, we are picking it, it has already factored all those factors you were talking about. On the issue of geographical size, it has come out clearly, yes, indeed. It includes the territorial waters, it's not just the land. On the issue of Senator Kiambu to cushion counties, and then there was another issue of cushioning small counties. Indeed,
please
in this
summarize,
formula,
because a number of the items had been touched by your colleague.
yes, we have actually cushioned the small counties.
So don't touch all of them.
What Senator Magina asked again, Article 203, that has been clearly explained. Basic share, indeed. We agree with you, Senator, majority, that it is important that we harmonize our terminology, and the basic share is what we use, or equal share, to cushion also the small counties. I think generally most issues have been addressed, and the issue of equalization fund, Senator Oburu, equalization fund, we have the second policy now. We will be doing the third policy. We don't want to do that until we understand what has happened, the projects and activities of the second policy. And yes, some counties, we may change. The Commission is yet to make a decision. The first policy had 14 counties. The second policy considered areas, and those areas, I think 1,437 areas. So the third policy will not be done until we finalize and understand the effects of the second policy. Professor and honorable senators, allow me to stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. A big applause for the chair. Okay, as the chair of the committee comes to give his last word, there was a request that Senator Kina makes a short proposal.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. My proposal is as follows. Given the history of the last parliament and what we did to be able to get consensus, I think the way forward should be that before this CRA report is tabled to Parliament, because once it's tabled in Parliament, it will be committed to the committee. So my suggestion is that the majority and the minority side should constitute a broader team to be able to work with the committee so that we can seek this consensus, because we don't have time. Because what I'm seeing is that this will come, and based on experience, it will be defeated. And we may end up having to vote maybe 10 or 20 times for this thing again. So to be able to ensure that we deal with time, as the way forward is that the committee should put together all these suggestions, the recommendations made by CRA, and then we come up with a consensus that will be able to go through Senate. That's my way forward.
Thank you. I would like to ask the chair to bear that in mind when he has his 3 minutes, because all we want from you, Chair, is a way forward.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Senators and Madam Chair, since I had made some disclaimer at the beginning of the engagement, the proposal by Senator Lekina will, I'll just request the Honorable Senators, if it's acceptable, we adapt it. You know, it's just thinking in the line of making our work ahead a bit easier by expanding the consultative forum between the committee and the House in a way that will make it more all-inclusive. I will conclude by asking for the approval of that proposal by the Senate. But let me say, in the last and the third generation formula, because of the controversy and about 12 times voting, and the Senate was sharply divided. At that time, a decision was made by then President to move the shareable revenue from 316 billion to 370 billion. That is what provided a solution at that point, because every time a new formula is introduced, these challenges is going to happen. What that indicated is the fact that whenever the parameters are adjusted or new parameters are introduced, we are going to run into this challenge of thinking about holding harmless, some counties, looking at counties that are getting very little money that may not be able to run devolution. Likewise, my majority leader, and I'm happy because we were in that Senate. Remember, after the 12-time voting, the shareable revenue was adjusted from 316 to 370 in order to make sure that we have a solution. I believe 54 billion, and that created a bit of sanity. And it also looks a bit apparent that if the numbers are not adjusted to what CRA has recommended, we are likely to fall into the same. Now, we will work on persuading maybe the government who look into that proposal of CRA, which is marginally not very high, maybe acceptable, so that then it reduces and the parameters are done. Now, on where my colleague, I just wanted to pick on two issues. One, my brother Senator Mungatana talked about parameter of emergency. Even if the parameter of emergency was allocated, it just will form part of the shareable revenue, and then it will be subjected to the budget. Because everything, these parameters will translate to a certain figure for each county in terms of the horizontal share of revenue. Now, the horizontal share, if it comes 10 billion, the 10 billion will be up to the county government doing their plan to make sure they put emergency fund allocation in place. So if it is factored in, or it is not factored in, it makes no difference. It just requires the prudence of the county governments to be able to make sure that they have that emergency planning. You might intervene and provision is made. However, when it comes to budgeting, the county government decides not to allocate, then it just beats the purpose. That's in planning. The elephant in the room was income distance as the chair, and even as it was explained, I still find it very difficult to start sharing this with the public, the general public, the population of Kenya, in order to make sure that they're able to relate to, as they have related to, first formula, parameter, second formula, third formula. Now, for them to relate to this formula in an issue that has not been commonly in use in terms of application, but that is something we'll navigate when we engage with the stakeholders. Lastly, it has come out very clearly, the issue of fiscal responsibility. That is an issue that we will look at. And finally, from when the formula was submitted, there is a court ruling on population census case for some of the counties, which also require to be factored into consideration, God willing. Now, before I conclude, you know, can we have maybe a concurrence with what Senator Ledama has shared, that of the two, yeah, please.
Thank you, Chair. Can we give him a hand clap? I think he has done a good job. The proposal has been put before you, Senators. I support the proposal for one reason. There is rumor that there are going to be changes in committees, leader of majority. And if that is going to be actualized, the committee that listened may be different from the committee that will come in. So I think the proposal that is coming forward is good, in that the two leaders, leader of majority and leader of minority, can pick the membership for this committee that will drive the agenda and come back to us. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary say nay? I normally shouldn't say that in front of the DS, but he has smiled, so I think he's okay with it. So I think we are okay. We leave that to the two leaders to give us a team that is broad-based, a team that will touch on highly populated areas, highly dispersed areas, so that we come back to this. I think that will make things much better than in the last session. With those remarks, honorable members, may I now invite my very good student, Honorable Wambua, to come and chair a session. I know we have eaten into your session because this session was a very, very serious one. May we thank them again. My panel was extremely good and they have persisted for almost 2 hours. Thank you.
Thank you, Mwalimu. So I want to get consensus from members that the next session, which touches on CPAC and CPIC, we don't take as much time as you've taken with the CRA, that we agree to do it in less than 1 hour. Is that okay? And we'll stick to it. If we agree to it, then we stick to it. In less than 1 hour, we're done. Actually, so we say now it's what time? Now it's 12:35. So by 1:30, we are done. Thank you. So, honorable members and our guests today, I want to right away invite to the stage the chairperson of the Senate County Public Accounts Committee, Senator Moses Kajwang. He's a titled man with CBS. Simpigie makofi huyu jamaa akikuja kwa. And I also want to invite to the stage the chairperson of the Senate County Public Investments and Special Funds Committee, CPIC, Senator Godfrey Ososi. Again, a titled man, CBS. Pigia makofi. Like yesterday, I had a conversation with the clerk again in the evening, and he agreed that I can still ride on the protocols that were established yesterday. So no protocols, nothing. I'm not going to read a speech. Clerk, I saw a speech prepared for me. It's not necessary. I think that the most important thing to do is to agree with my colleagues here, Senator Kajwang and Senator Ososi, who are the chairpersons of our watchdog committees in the Senate. For some reason, members, this should be very, very interesting to you. Everybody wants to be a member of this committee, for whatever reason, I don't know. They have done a very, very good job. They have given visibility to the institution of the Senate by holding governors to account for
for the resources that we allocate to them. And so, because they are all seasoned leaders with great experience, I want to agree with them that each one of them will get 5 minutes, 10, 20, 10 minutes. 10. Yeah, they are the presenters. So you get what? You get 15 maximum. 15 maximum? That's okay. The others are discussants. Yeah, unless you want to extend your time. And you have to stick to our time. Let's agree, guys. 10. You can do that, guys. No. If you go for lunch, people will go home. So I think let's do 10-10, gentlemen. Kajuang, I went to the same school with you. I know you can be brief and still deliver. So 10-10. So that then we have 40 minutes to the discussants as the presenters then begin to prepare themselves and cut their speeches short. I want to take this opportunity to invite on stage Ms. Gadhungu, the Auditor General of the Republic of Kenya. Please come on stage. They say there's a long letter there on the credentials. We have interacted with you before, madam. We know who you are. We respect you. Please come to the stage. And then Nyakango, the control of budget. Kindly, Madam Nyakango, come to the stage. We have also interacted with you many times, so you need no introduction. Just come to the stage, and we will ask Senator Otsosi to take the stage first, make his presentation, followed by Senator Kajuang in quick succession, after which then we'll invite the discussants, and we'll be done. And good people, we must stick to what we have agreed on. 1 hour will be done. I will make sure it happens. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Session Chair, Honorable Wambua, for this opportunity. I'm going to be very quick, although I would have loved to have more time so that we can exhaustively look at all the issues that we have come across. Let me start by thanking the last Senate for the very important decision they made of splitting the larger CPIC committee into 2 committees, the committee of CPAC and the committee of CPIC. I think that decision has come out so well because we used to have a huge backlog of audit reports, particularly for county entities. And that this is, in this session, this particular Senate, this is when the committee of CPIC started its work. So we are only about 2.5 years old, but within this period we have done quite a lot. We managed to have over 250 committee meetings, and in those meetings we reviewed over 504 audit reports. That is spanning from 2018 to around 2022. And we have been able to table 287 reports. These reports are mainly for water companies in our counties, hospitals, municipalities, and the numerous funds that we have in our counties. So far, for water service providers which are in our counties, we have been able to process 82, a total of 82 water companies. And I want to say that this has been one of the major success points for Senate. The processing of audit report for water companies. Most of the water companies, if not nearly all the water companies, were being managed by cartels in our various counties. Counties did not have any role, even though the Water Act gives them the role to manage the water companies. And as a result of our interrogation of the audit report, we have been able to ensure that all the 82 water companies are now owned by county governments across the country. So that I must congratulate my team for that good work. And there were some very, very strange cases. I know, for example, a water company in the northern Kenya where the governor was a shareholder. We managed to deal with that. I will not mention the name of the governor. He's a former governor working somewhere in a serious office in this country. Pardon? No, somewhere, the most powerful office in the land. We also managed to return to the county government of Muranga, the Muranga Water Company, which was a public utility but supplying water to a private farm. And Senator Olekina will tell you it was not one of the easier things to do because of the tycoon involved. And Senator Muranga knows this. We have managed to return that to the county government. So I think this is a major contribution of Senate through the CPIC committee. The issue of funds, we managed to handle 130 funds. There are so many funds in the counties, some of them are similar in many ways. And I want to say that if there is an area of corruption in our counties, is through these many public funds. And I will say something about the bursary fund as I go on. Municipalities, we started this late last year, but so far we have covered 18 municipalities. This is another important area where we had challenges. I would expound on it if I had more time. I'm being told I have 5 minutes. Hospitals, you know this is an important on-source revenue area. We have also started, and so far by close of last year, we had 134 hospitals. That is level 4 and above. In considering these reports, especially for water companies, if you allow me to say, there were numerous issues which were almost similar in every county. The issue of non-revenue water. The global standards is 25%, but averagely most counties have huge non-revenue water, up to an average of 35%. That is unacceptable. And when the CRA was talking about issue of water and sanitation, I think that should be one of the key data that you need to apply in your formula moving forward. We had issues of untransferred assets, particularly for the waterworks development agencies in our various counties, and also the defunct local authorities. Most of the assets are still not transferred to the counties. And I think that's one area that we have mandated the IGRTC to try and do it, but I don't know why they're taking long to resolve that simple problem. And coordinated projects, the issue of lack of last mile connectivities, the issue of multiple levies, tariffs, and the issue of generally corruption, clear corruption in the usage of the revenues that are generated from these companies. So all these issues are included in the reports which we have already tabled, and I'm sure you'll have an opportunity to debate them. The issue of funds, we have multiple funds in the counties, but generally they can be categorized in 3 levels. That the bursary funds or education funds, revolving funds, and emergency fund. The bursary fund, this is important because the discussion started yesterday. And I'm happy that Control of Budget is taking some action. The Control of Budget is represented in our committees. The bursary funds are not looking good. It is another conduit for corruption. Most of the counties, there are governance issues in the way they utilize bursary fund. We have issues of lack of documentation. I know a county like Bungoma County, which spent over 800 million shillings on bursaries, and there was no documentation at all. At all. We have issues of lack of legislation in the counties to support the bursary fund. We have issues of bursaries being given to different, same students, but from different wards. So all this is in our reports. Get time to read the reports which we have tabled. But one of the recommendations we have made is the Senate should consider abolishing these bursary funds. And the reason is, apart from it being illegal, is that the other devolved functions, I'm told my time is up, the other devolved functions are suffering. The ECDs, the vocational training centers are underfunded. So, my colleagues, we have to think through. But then we gave them an option that if we really want to continue giving bursary funds, then there must be an intergovernmental agreement with the national government. Most of these bursary funds do not have that. Revolving funds, there are also quite a number in our counties where counties have given out loans. And these loans are not, they're non-performing. Most of the money have not been recovered. Non-adherence to approved procedures, it is just that some of these funds were used as a campaign tool, where money was just given. The scenario is that during election year is when more money is given out to different groups. So this is a problem. Emergency fund, again, we have challenges. All these honorable members, we have done reports which we have tabled. I'm sure you'll have an opportunity to debate them. Issues of hospitals, again, hospitals lack operational, financial, and functional autonomy. And we realize that if Senate continues with the oversight on hospital reports, we'll begin to see an increase in on-source revenue in those hospitals, because some of the hospitals, money is collected and it just disappears like that. But with this increased oversight, we'll begin to see a lot of changes. Lack of accounting and auditing requirements, lack of internal controls in the hospitals is a major issue, especially the issue of how they manage the drugs. Nearly all the hospitals have an issue with expired drugs. How do drugs expire? They expire because the doctors or the medical staff prescribe drugs to be bought in chemists around the hospital. So the drugs which are in the hospital are now utilized, they end up being expired drugs, and many other reasons. Quickly, municipalities also, we have looked at their reports and we have tabled the reports. Is one key area of on-source revenue, that if there is enhanced governance through the CPIC committee, then we'll begin to see an increase in shareable revenue. We have made recommendations of what needs to be done in all those entities. You will have an opportunity to look at. But let me also talk about the challenges, which is very important, and the threats. We have a challenge on frequent postponement of meetings. It is very difficult to have meetings approved, especially with counties which have accountability problems. For example, Isiolo County. This Isiolo County, I think Honorable Majority Leader and Honorable Minority Leader and the Whip, something has to be done about it. The governor of this county is rogue. We have not even been able to successfully do a meeting with him. So the issue of postponement of meetings is an issue, and we may think about making amendments to Powers and Privileges Act so that summons or invitation by the oversight committees are taken seriously. The issue of witnesses appearing without proper responses, it's common. And the other major challenge is the court ruling. You remember in October 2024, the High Court pronounced that Parliament must consider and conclude audit reports within the timeline set out in the Constitution. That's 3 months. And then the issue of limited capacity of the assemblies. So, as I said, there's quite a lot of issues that we can discuss as far as public investments are concerned. But I think as we go on, we'll have an opportunity to interrogate the reports that we have tabled. And you will have to make a decision on some of the recommendations, far-reaching recommendations we have made. On a success note, just 1 second. The committee also ventured in the issue of unlimited pension, that since devolution was started and even before devolution, we have 80 billion shillings which counties owe pensioners. I am happy that we took up this matter, and the National Treasury gazetted a task force which is almost completing its work. So when we resume, we'll be tabling a report on that, and that will be a major achievement of this Senate, unlocking 80 billion shillings that belongs to pensioners. Thank you very much, and we will be discussing in the discussion part. Thank you, honorable members.
You've done a good job, but you've overspent your time by more than 7 minutes. Let's agree. The next presenter, Senator Kajwang, when you've done 5 minutes, I'll notify you, and then when your time is up, I'll notify you. I don't have to stand behind a senator to conclude their submission. I thank you, Karim.
Thank you, Senator Wambua. My reputation is that I usually take longer than 10 minutes, but now I am forced to do this within 10 minutes. Mr. Speaker, the leader of majority, the Senate Public Accounts Committee was in Arusha because the liaison committee had programmed that committees would travel at around this time. So I had to travel from Arusha just to honor my colleagues and to make this presentation. I had a PowerPoint presentation. I don't know whether it will come up, because without it, I'll end up making political statements, which might land me in trouble with Edwin Sifuna. So are you able to put up that presentation as a guide? Okay, thank you. I think just go to the next slide, which just is the outline of my presentation, and go straight to the third slide. Now, the third slide was talking about the mandate of the Public Accounts Committee. which is not foreign to members. But there's a broad mandate that we have not taken advantage of. We have focused more on examination of reports of the Auditor General. But you see the first mandate, that is the standing order, to exercise oversight over national revenue allocated to county governments. And the argument is, if expenditure by national government reduces the entitlement of county governments, does the Senate have a right to question that expenditure? Whenever we are dividing revenue, there are always these things we call national interest matters. And sometimes there are things like NYS, free primary education. So if we have that mandate in our standing orders, should the Senate Public Accounts Committee just restrict itself to the accounts of the 47 counties, or from time to time, we can examine national government expenditure which has an effect on reducing the allocation to counties? In my view, the answer is yes. Because in the past, we have forayed into that territory. Anyang' Nyong'o had a committee that looked into Kenya Airways. There's a time, Ledamo Lekina and I were in a committee that looked at the Ruaraka land matter because we thought it was a big issue. So I think going forward and as we advance, the Public Accounts Committee and the Public Investments Committee, and generally all the committees of the Senate, we should not restrict ourselves to matters of the county. We can still look at issues of national government which have an implication on the financial resources of county governments. If we move to the next slide, we should be, we'll be looking at the fiduciary risks in county governments. Fiduciary risks was a concept that we introduced in the last parliament. My editor-in-chief was Ledamo Lekina. We came up with the first fiduciary risks report, which was adopted by the House. Immediately upon the adoption, the Council of Governors went on a fundraising to take the Senate to court. They required every county government to contribute about 2 million so that they could go to court to challenge the fiduciary risks report of the Senate. And it was quite unfortunate. The reason they were challenging that report is that we had recommended a surcharge on governors for contributions to the Council of Governors. Now, the interesting bit is that the money was raised, but they didn't go to court. So we don't know what the money was used for because we haven't seen the accounts of the Council of Governors. We are working on the second fiduciary risk report with the help of the Parliamentary Budget Office, and we hope it's still in draft. We hope we'll be able to bring it back so that we can see how we have advanced from the first report that was tabled about 5 years ago to what we have now. I will not go into a lot of details on that. I think because of time, let me jump to the next slide, which is on emerging issues in public finance oversight. Senator Osotsi has touched on it. On the 1st of October, Justice Nga made a declaration that the Constitution requires the Auditor General to audit and present reports to Parliament within 6 months of the closure of financial years. That is by 31st of December. I have information that on the 31st of December 2024, for the first time, the Auditor General brought all reports to Parliament. Those reports are before Parliament. Now, the challenge is the Senate has only 3 months to consider those reports. And Justice Nga said that the provisions in the Constitution are mandatory and must be complied with. And he argued that if the drafters of our Constitution thought that more time should be afforded, it would have been left to Parliament to legislate, or it would have said within reasonable timelines. This is as mandatory as the timelines for consideration of presidential petitions. That was the position of Justice Nga. We have not filed an appeal because we are outside the timeframes. We made a resolution as a committee that we should seek a review so that it does not affect the past reports and the past work. And the genesis of this ruling is that some guys were fingered for squandering money in Nairobi City County. They looted the Nairobi City Liquor Fund. And when the Assembly directed that they be investigated and be declared unfit to hold office, they went to court saying that the report was issued outside the constitutional timelines, and the judge agreed with them. The judge did not go into the substance of the issues that were raised, and so the thieves were let free. How are we going to survive with this emerging jurisprudence? Honorable Majority Leader, if you look at those timelines, half the timeline for Parliament is already spent. The Auditor General has done her bit. For us, January, we're on recess. February, half of it will be away. And assuming you have a committee in place next week, they will have not more than 30 days to consider 94 reports, 47 executives, 47 county assemblies. What do? Do we ignore the directions of the court, or do we go back to the constitutional timelines? Good practice is to comply with the constitutional timelines. We had given some proposals. So part of the proposals was a 9-member committee considering 94 reports in 30 days might be very, very difficult. Part of the proposals was perhaps expand the size of the committee so that the committee can process business through subcommittees. Another proposal was to establish an additional committee, the same way Senator Sossi's committee has decongested the backlog that was there. Perhaps have a separate committee for county assemblies, or have 2 committees that then would have some random allocation. It's the only way we can be able to beat that constitutional timeline. Now, please click on that objections link, because governors have been taken through this ruling, and the last meeting we had...
objection being raised is...
The last meeting we had was a Governor Kisi. He came with a battalion of lawyers. Of course, Senator Nyonka is in my committee, so you can imagine the environment that was in that meeting. And the Governor Kisi came and argued on this basis that we had called him outside timelines, and therefore we were wasting his time. He definitely left a very deflated man once we are done with him. But the other governors are going to do the same thing. What Governor Simbarati did was just a precursor to what other governors are going to do. You invite a governor for 2023, he'll tell you, go to Justice Jairus Nga's ruling. I think moving faster, the matter seems to have come to attention when the timelines for appeal was exhausted. And we had made a resolution to go for a review, and I don't know whether that has been filed, but my committee made that resolution. Next slide before Senator Wambua bumps me off stage. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Those are the timelines, and we must abide by the Constitution. If we can consider presidential petitions in that number of days, then why should it take forever to consider audit reports? I agree with the Justice Jairus Nga ruling. My only reservation is he should have allowed some transition for us to deal with the backlog, so that going forward, we are able to meet that target. Moving on to the next. Now, giving effect to Senate recommendations, I think this is where the frustration is, that we always feel like we are making a lot of noise, but there's nothing that comes out of it. I'm happy, Madam OAG, I've seen the reports, a summary of the reports that you have brought before us. No county executive has a disclaimer, none has an adverse opinion, all the 47 are qualified, and there's none with an unqualified opinion. As per our fiduciary risk report and our template, a county that has a disclaimer, we should not even be discussing. We should not even be allowing them to continue receiving funds. We should direct, or we should request, unfortunately, it is a preserve of the National Treasury, the Secretary of the National Treasury, to initiate the process of stoppage of funds. In South Africa, which has roughly similar arrangements to us, the provincial system, if a county or a municipality has a disclaimer or adverse, it is handed over to the national government for management and recovery and administration. In our case, you go to Kitui, they have a disclaimer, the records have been burnt, so there's no way of reconstructing evidence, but the county still continues receiving resources. And I think that's where there's been a failure in linking financial reporting to financial incentives. And when I listened to CRA in the morning, I was not very happy when CRA said that they dropped the fiscal responsibility index because Senate had made that decision. CRA, it is your constitutional mandate. It is there in your job description in the Constitution. Matters of fiscal responsibility, matters of revenue optimization. I wish that in your advice, you would have come and told us, let's put in some 2%, so that if there's a county that has an unqualified opinion, we can reward good financial management and good financial reporting. Because for now, governors don't care, because that financial report is not linked to any incentive. So I think these are some of the things that we'll be injecting when we'll be considering the report before the Finance Committee. As I conclude, my next slide. Yeah, so we've had headlines like those. Graft lord nailed, 40 big fish. Next. Now, graft investigations in counties tend to be very slow, but when the politics demands, they are very hyped. I hear rumors that the Governor Bomet has been arrested today. You saw what happened to Marsabit. Marsabit appeared before my committee. We challenged them to account for 8 billion. That was the total allocation for the financial year. The media picked it, put up a headline that Marsabit has stolen 8 billion. And then the next week, EACC made a very dramatic arrest of the governor, the current governor and the former governor. Now the question is, how far has that matter progressed? It has gone cold turkey. The DPP has frustrated prosecutions. In this particular case, the DPP had made a move to withdraw the case. In the Obado matter, I think the DPP did the same thing. In the Kidero matter, I think the DPP did the same thing. We need to ensure that we have strong and proper synergies between the various agencies. In the next slide, please. And I've said, just like in Nigeria, I think Nigerians are also frustrated with their governors. Even them, it took them a decade to bring a former governor to book. Now, I know that the governor for, that was Samburu, actually his prosecution began after the Senate had visited the county. I recall we descended in that county on 3 choppers. Senator Lelegwe is not here, he would have confirmed that. And then a week later, we saw the EACC start to do things. I think we need a multi-agency approach. The question has been who should lead the multi-agency. Should it be EACC? Should it be DCI? We have varying degrees of disappointment with them. DCI investigating a fire in Migori, they cleared the county. EACC, you know, they run after things depending on the politics of the day. I've said we need a sticks and carrots approach, because if this process does not lead to greater financial allocation to a county, governors will not take it seriously. I think maybe finally the issue of professional associations. We have brought ISPAC into our considerations and deliberations. ISPAC has requested for a seat in our committee. We are still looking at the administrative elements of that, so that if there's an accountant who is found to have poorly prepared financial statements, ISPAC can take action on the spot. We have tried to bring that professional responsibility. But also we need to depoliticize and de-weaponize the fight against corruption. Turkana is an example. We went to Turkana and declared it a crime scene. To date, nothing has happened. The people of Turkana, they think that Senate is just a bunch of barking dogs. We have escalated matters to EACC. We have called EACC to our committee, but you do not see accountability for the amounts of money that, and for the projects that we saw in Turkana. Let me finalize by thanking my colleagues with whom I've served in the committee. The 9 of us have been extremely diligent. And you know, sometimes some of these accountability committees, they collapse halfway because of issues of conflict of interest. I'm very proud of the synergies and the teamwork that we have built as a committee. And I also want to thank the Secretariat. We've had a very solid and very expansive Secretariat. Jeremiah Nyegenye, the people you have sent to my committee, sometimes I feel sorry for them because we sit for far too long. I want to thank them and I want to congratulate them. And there's still so much work to be done. And because on these matters, it is the direction of leadership, please fast track the establishment, fast track the constitution of those committees, because every single day we delay, the 30th March deadline is waiting for us. I want to thank all of you who have come to my committee. We have tried to accommodate everyone, and whenever you are in my committee, if there was someone to be believed between the governor and a senator, my committee, the default position is to believe the senator and subject the governor to an oath, because we believe you've got a better visibility of issues in your county. Thank you.
Wow. I think let's give a better round of applause to the 2 chairs of our watchdog committees. Good people without saying anything. If capacity was the only consideration, in the constitution then of the next committees, then they feed the bill. I said, if that was the only consideration. Guys, you're doing a good job. We are proud of what you've done. We thank you for giving the Senate very positive visibility in dealing with issues of our side. And so we have around 30 minutes left, and I said we have just to stick to our own agreement. That we have two ladies, gracious ladies, who are supposed to be making presentations in terms of being the discussants under this session. And there will be reactions from the plenary, right? So with 30 minutes, is it okay, ladies and gentlemen, that we allocate them 15 minutes? They will take the 30 minutes. Then we will borrow from your lunch some 10 minutes for your reactions. Is that okay? We give them 15? Thank you. Let's give them 15. So let's begin with the Auditor General, FCPA Nancy Gadungu, CBS. Please come and make your presentation. You have 15 minutes. When you do your 10 minutes, I will alert you. And when your time is up, I'll also alert you. Karibu sana.
Thank you very much, Chair of the session, honorable members of the Senate, your staff and other members, members of Constitution Commissions and independent offices, CPA Mary and FCPA Dr. Nyakango. I wish to start first by saying that the success of the Senate Public Investment Committee and the Senate Public Accounts Committee rides on the work that the Office of the Auditor General submits to Parliament. And when they report positives and success and action, then indeed it means that we have been impactful as the Office of the Auditor General, and that the members of Parliament and Senate in particular has been impactful in oversight and accountability in the use of public resources. We had a long discussion on revenue allocation, took quite a bit of time, which is good, because when we discuss revenue allocation and agree how much goes to devolution and how much is retained at national level, the next stage is disbursement. I actually thought Dr. Nyakango would speak before me so that we follow the chain. The next stage is disbursements, and then I come in and give you a report on accountability. The issues raised are pertinent, and I will speak to just a few of them. One I want to speak to is to confirm that at this point in time, all the reports for county executives, county assemblies, county funds, hospitals, water companies are with you. Probably when you resume, you'll need a full day for the tabling of those reports, because they should be over 2,000. There is a perception that the Auditor General audits 47 counties, which means 47 executives and 47 assemblies. I wish that was the case, because I would be able to audit and report probably within a month. But because of what Senator Osotsi has talked about, right now, for the 2023-2024, you have 2,035 county government entity reports that you are required to discuss. And that is not all. You have the county executives, the county revenue funds and receivers of revenues. You have county emergency funds, about 24. You have over 130 county public funds. We have the car loans and mortgages. Level 4 and level 5 hospitals. That's about 376 level 4 hospitals and 18 level 5 hospitals. And with the implementation of the facilities improvement funds, honorable senators, the level 2 and level 3 hospitals are soon going to be self-accounting, and I will be issuing separate statements or audit reports for them. Then we have the TVETs, about 991, and we have the 82 water companies. That is quite a big scope or universe. It's a lot of work for you. It's a lot of work for me. And that's why the timelines have become a little bit tight, and we have had to discuss with Senate on the proposals on how we can handle. And I like that the chair for the County Public Accounts Committee has proposed some 2 very key or far-reaching solutions. Either expand the committees and discuss the reports, the transition to accrual accounting. The impact of High Court judgment, I also, as the chair said, because we had a discussion with the Senate Public Accounts Committee, I also supported, because over the last 4 years, 5 years, we have been progressively cutting our timeline. I think every year we've been cutting by a month or 2 until we knew that this year would meet the timeline. But the courts weighed in and said, hey, it's no longer a plan to progressively meet the timeline, you must meet the timeline. And my team worked crazy hours. Indeed, honorable members, when you went on your December and January recess, we were working. So there's a time we went on leave, and now you've called us back. So we hope we'll be able to resume at least a 1 week rest, and then we hit the ground running on discussions. I thank you. Other areas on proposed amendment to the Public Audit Act and the Public Finance Management Act, I have indicated to the Senate and the committees on various other occasions. And I thank you for your attention and for your time.
Thank you very much, Madam, for what you've shared. Of course, you took a lot more time, but that was worth it. So that I don't forget, when you mentioned the 23 billion shillings in legal fees, I saw Senior Counsel Senator Commissioner Okongo Mungeni jump into action, and he wrote something. I don't know what it is that he wrote. I'll give him a chance when we are getting reactions to know whether that's part of. He's wondering if so much money has been spent, why have I not been paid my claim? So we will listen to that. Colleagues, it's your time, it's not my time. So just agree on what we want to do. So we have 15 minutes for the control of budget. And then after that, we have your 10 minutes to react. Karibu sana, madam.
Thank you very much, Sessional Chair. And allow me to ride on the protocols already established. Now, we might feel everything has been said, but I wish I was here earlier, because I would have told you that siku njema hujulikana asubuhi, because all the things that were said by the chairs of the committees and by my sister Nancy there are actually known way in advance. Zinajulikana asubuhi. When I'm carrying out my mandate, which as you know is to approve requisitions and to monitor, evaluate, and report, I come across these issues in good time, And many times I've had the blunt end of the stick for saying what they are. So when we look at the failures that we have been given, we were given failures on the county established funds. You had the CPIC chair telling us about what happens with the funds. We must ask ourselves, are these things we know and that we can do something about? And as I was doing my research for this particular discussion, I found out that established funds are plagued by, among others, weak legislative frameworks to operationalize the county funds. So they start on a wrong footing. So it would be a miracle to expect them to even produce the results that they are expected to produce. Some have failed to designate fund administrators. There's non-compliance with expenditure limits on administrative costs. Then, a story that you have heard often, the use of commercial banks to operate the established funds, which the committee investigated for quite some time and found that there are a lot of wrong things with the with the commercial accounts that are being used. We have seen non-compliance with the program-based budget framework. The program-based budget framework allocates resources to outcomes. It's not about just traveling. You must travel to achieve a certain objective. So if this is not being done at the counties, then you don't expect the outcomes at the end of the day. And when I'm looking at the requisitions that come to my office, I've often noted that a lot of the expenditure is done without thinking about the outcomes at the end of the day. We have seen budgets omitting key programmatic information, and one such key area is HR requirements. So is it any wonder that we have high wage bill? Even the plans of the counties, in the budgets, they have never thought of including the human resource requirements, the people who will help them achieve what they have planned to do. So obviously, we end up with high wage bills, and you are aware from my reports that, for instance, in year 23-24, only 3 counties were within the 35% threshold for the wage bills. This was Kilifi, Tana River, and Narok only. And some of the reasons, maybe I may not cover them now, but you are aware and we can refer. Further analysis of the personnel emoluments showed that 15.89 billion was processed manually. It was not part of the integrated payroll system. That is almost 16 billion. And I can assure you, the bulk of that was to ghost workers. Yes, it was not to real people. Then there is the issue of the pending bills. How do the pending bills come about? I'm sure by now we all know when we exaggerate the revenues that we are going to raise in our budget, definitely we are setting ourselves up to get these pending bills, which, as the Auditor General said, are the payables. So if a county budgets on 20 billion of revenue and they only end up raising 11 or 12, what does the balance represent? 20 minus 11 is 9 billion pending bills. And we've been building this, and I can tell you that as per my report for 30th June 2024, 65.1% of the country's entire stock of pending bills, that's from the counties, was from one county. That is Nairobi. Yes, 65% of the pending bills are just from one county. So county governments generated 58.95 billion from their own source revenue. This was only 72.8% or roughly 73% of the annual target. So we should not be surprised that they are pending bills. We manufactured them in the manner in which we failed to achieve our revenue targets. Non-adherence to budget ceilings. This is one area that I monitor all the time, and I've come across failure to comply with budget ceilings set by SRC. For instance, on buildings, you know that governors have a limit of 45 million, deputy governors 40 million, county assemblies speakers 30 million. But please go and find out how much they are spending. You will find they want to spend 3 times as much to put up humongous buildings that really are not useful for the purpose for which they are intended. We have also seen failure to attain ceilings on the minimum of 30% development. This is the war I have after each report that I make, that usually in the first quarter, no development is carried out. Never mind that sometimes the disbursements are late. But whatever little disbursement is given, part of that, 30% of that disbursement is still development. So ask yourself, why don't they pay development bills? Yeah? If they can't start new business, they can pay development bills during the first quarter, but this has not been happening. An analysis of the actual expenditures showed that 38 county governments did not meet the 30% threshold provided in law in the financial year 23-24. Can I tell you some of these? Nairobi had developed 10.3%. That is the last financial year. Kisii had 13.7%. Mombasa 16.2%. Kisumu 17.5%. Taita Taveta 18.6%, and Kiambu 19.4%. Indeed, there is now, I think there is a law, there is a court ruling that it is illegal not to reach the 30%. For the lawyers in the House, you must have seen a judgment recently where the Katiba Institute had taken some counties to court, and it is an offense not to get to the 30% because then you are killing devolution. We have seen many weak budgetary controls, and this goes to the generality of the kind of audit queries that we saw, and I'll not belabor that. We have also seen wasteful expenditure. I have been covering this in my reports. You have seen huge delegations, unwarranted durations, and discrepancies between the amounts in the IPPD reports and the requisitions. All these defying rules and laws that are already set up. So what can we do? I just thought I would run through a few recommendations so that I can generate discussion. One is my ask to support me to amend the COB Act and the COB regulations. Honorable Senators, you know that my regulations are still outstanding from the time they were annulled. I have no budget currently to carry out public participation to enable me bring the regulations back for approval. That is still a big problem. We have a system called the COBMIS that is meant to integrate county budgets with their reports, which would help me very much in hastening the issuance of reports. Again, this one is unfunded and it is a big problem. I have suffered budget cuts, and I can tell you here without any fear of contradiction that I have such a small budget that I cannot even afford to travel myself, leave alone my staff. I'm completely starved of funds. So the budget cuts, much as we would like to be economical, mine has been cut to the limit. Late submission of financial reports from the counties is already a symptom that something wrong is happening. That is when they start altering the figures. They give me different figures from the one they give the Auditor General. We have delays in uploading budgets. Senators, would you please help me? Last financial year, nobody brought a budget to me by 1st July. In fact, the first budget I got was, I think, on the 18th of July. That means that every county broke the law because those budgets are supposed to be in place. And we went all the way. I received some budgets in October. That was after the first quarter. So really, if we are providing oversight, these are some of the quick wins that we would try to handle so that the problems that later come as queries can be nipped in the bud. So I have a number of asks, again, areas where we could collaborate, but I think, having made my comments, I would like now from the floor suggestions on how we can work together to solve these menaces, because it will be a win-win for all of us in this room. I want to finish with a small story that I saw recently. I watched a bird of prey that has got very good eyesight. I think it's the eagle. And the eagle can see from far away where the animal that it wants to eat is. But as it is coming down, there are also some small animals, some birds, that have learned to know that the eagle is coming down. So they have crafted a certain sound. They'll say, "Chwee chwee." And when they make that noise, it is transmitted like an email across the forest, and all the small animals know. If they hear that sound, they all duck and hide. But if there is any small animal that hears that noise and doesn't move, what do you think happens to it? It is eaten. Do we want to be eaten, or would we rather hear the sound? The reports are there. My sister, the Auditor General, has exposed these things. Are we listening to that sound? If we are listening to the sound, can we do something about it? Ladies and gentlemen, honorable members, thank you. I submit.
That one deserves a loud applause. She has used her time very well and given us a remainder of 1 minute. We thank you, madam. Now, straight to plenary. We will take how many minutes? This democracy thing is also a bad thing. 10 minutes. One question per person. And when it is 10, I will chair. So we will begin with, Senator Catherine Muma will begin, and next time when you're sitting on the chair, then you also give me a chance to speak, okay? So that's Senator Muma. Then we will go to, let's just go to the Senator Eddie, then we'll go to Ledama, my brother from Uasin Gishu, will go to Senator Beatrice. Oh my goodness. How many are those now? Then Senator Mugatana, and then Senator Eric, Senior Counsel, to tell us what he wrote down. So let's start. Please, just one question. Take the least time possible.
Yes, I will, Chair of the session. Thank you. Thanks to all the 4 presenters, presented excellent work on what's happening. Mine is a recommendation to the Senate. I think we need to move to a level where beyond the invitation of just one governor at a time meeting 9 senators, we need to actually formally establish a consultative forum between senators, Council of Governors, Control of Budgets, and Attorney and Auditor General, where we can actually give some of the recommendations that are coming out broadly to the COG and openly in a transparent and accountable manner in order for the country to see that what is coming out of COB, Auditor General, PAC, PIC is actually getting back in the presence of the public.
Thank you. Good recommendation. Senator Eddy.
Thank you, Chair. Mine is a direct question to COB. You've indicated that where you spot as an area of rising pending bills, which bothers us so much, is a budgetary equation. But I wanted to ask you, how do you account for voiding that is happening as also leading to pending bills? And is that related, perhaps you can explain if there's another reason, to the issue of governors currently spending more time to get their budgets approved in Nairobi, up to 14 days for some governors that we've seen coming out? How are these two related in terms of your role in making sure that approvals are done on time? Because you talked about mostly lack of, or rather overshooting budgets and little pending bills, but there's a critical issue of voiding that has come constantly, and it's related to how quickly the approvals happen in your office. Why are they spending more time in Nairobi?
Thank you. Alakina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me appreciate the 2 distinguished ladies for the good work that they do.
Can I make a request to my elder sister and also to Senator Moma? You know, if all of us leave, then.
And why ask questions?
Yes, you ask a question as Speaker. It's important that you get a response to your community. Please, let's just stay. We will not take too much time.
Thank you. Just as I conclude to appreciate the work that you do, my question goes directly to the issues of the law. The Senate pronounces itself through motions or bills. Last year, we passed a motion that says that all counties must pay a certain amount of their pending bills. And I think if I can remember the words of that motion, because it was sponsored by yours truly, it was barring the disbursement of money to counties that would not have met that. Now, Article 228, subsection 5 of the Constitution gives you the power, control of budget, to withhold funds to counties that you feel, or rather, that are not, that you're not satisfied that they are supported by law. Where do you, because you've said we assist you and we want to help because we are really tired of these pending bills. And the Controller and the Auditor General also said, I don't know whether to call them pending bills because they shouldn't be pending bills. They're budgeted, money has been dispersed, it needs to be sorted out. How can you, in your office, interpret Article 228, subsection 5? Or do we need to seek a judicial review to understand? Because if we have to pass a resolution of the Senate, and until now, that resolution has not been complied with, then what exactly are we doing?
Thank you. Thank you, Lakina. I know Senator Lakina can speak about this subject forever. He's very passionate about it. Senator Madago.
Thank you very much, Chair. I have just 3 questions, straightforward to controller budget. One is whether your office has a means of tracking the approvals you have done vis-a-vis payments and subsequent requests for approval, particularly on voiding. What we are seeing in counties is that money are requisitioned for projects that are ongoing or complete, but those projects end up not being paid for, and suppliers or contractors whose requisitions your office has not approved their payment are then paid. I don't know whether your office has a means of tracking to ensure that when counties make subsequent requisition, you're able to check whether the funds were actually spent for the purpose that was approved. Number 2, is there any action that has been taken for those probably you have found? Number 3, what happens, how does your office approve supplementary budgets that remove funds from ongoing projects and therefore stalling those projects and creating white elephants? Finally, I have a comment, Chair, on the issue of the houses of the governors, the speakers, and the deputy governors. I completely differ. The figure of 40 million was not based on anything. It was just the emotions and the bitterness of the former senators on the governors, imagining that the houses are being built for governors to live there. Those are not personal houses. Those are institutions. Those are offices. If you look at State House today, our State House in Nairobi, how it was built those years, do you think it costed two shillings? At that time, it was very expensive to build that, and somebody would have said it's a waste of taxpayers' money. I think we should remove emotions from decisions. And what happens with that 40 million when prices keep changing? The price of steel today is not the price of steel 10 years ago. So I think we should do something better on that.
The point is made. Senator Beatrice?
Thank you, Chair. Mine are comments on the water companies and hostels as an example, as was spelled out by Senator Sosi, that the water companies in the counties were meant to run like with a business mind to make some money that would finally be regenerated into services. But ideally, they're just employment bureaus where before even what somebody is going to do is identified, people are brought in and then you find something for them to do. So basically, they're not running efficiently and effectively. Their problem is really good governance. And secondly, on the hostels, as mentioned, our fear is that really no money is being cycled back to run the services of our hostels. And again, they just employment bureaus too. We have an example of health centers, sub-county hostels where you have more drivers in that facility, more than 10 times drivers when they even have one ambulance or they don't have. So basically, it comes back to management. And lastly, I want to add my voice to the bursary issue. Controller of budget, why would counties give bursaries, which is not their mandate, while ECDs, we have our children learning under trees? What drives the counties in spending 500 million, 300 million on bursaries while our mandate remains unperformed?
Thank you, Senator Beatrice. Senator Mugatana.
Thank you, Chairman. To the Auditor General, there was a time you revealed that some counties have been operating multiple accounts, and which, to my understanding, it meant that these are lines for possible corruption, and Tana River County was one of those with 34 accounts. What I was wondering is it possible to get the central bank, which is supposed to operate those accounts, to just close those accounts? What are the possible steps you could also advise we take so that we deal with this matter? It is embarrassing us. Quickly also, the COB, I was just going to advice, even though you don't have the money for public participation, nothing stops you from coming to the delegated legislation, to our committee. We work our way out, we see what we can do to assist each other, because what you're doing is something that is going to build devolution. Finally, Chairman, I just wanted Kajwang to tell us his honest opinion as chair for Senate Public Accounts. Why can't we get rid of the ESCC officers who are sitting with you? Why can't you get rid of them? They're doing nothing. From your own testimony, you said it's only when the media highlighted that action was taking place. So why are those guys earning allowances every day when we come for those meetings? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Maruma. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Mine goes to the control of budget.
Yes. Yes. You have the floor, but please.
So,
okay.
Yes, it won't take a minute. Chair, particularly on the issue of multiple accounts by counties, the Committee on Devolution did follow up that issue, and Chair, what we found from several counties that had so many accounts, most of these counties are donor-driven. And Chair, the feeling of the committee was that also the control of budget does make very alarming reports against counties, and they should remember it tarnishes the names and careers of people, because these accounts were justified. Because they are donor-driven, they are requirement, and all counties had them. Some are hospital accounts, and there are several hospitals and dispensaries that had those accounts.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have the mic.
Yes, you have the floor.
Yeah, mine goes to the control of budget. I've always had a feeling that the control of budget can use her office to assist us in completing the incomplete projects. How? Why should you allow account to do a budget which has left out projects and given priority to new projects? I think the control of budget should really help us to make sure that the stalled projects are complete or are budgeted for before new projects are allowed to be in the budget. Number two, it's about voiding payments. It's only the Auditor General who gives us the voided payments or flags the voided payments. Why can the control of budget, who sanctions disbursement of funds to projects, also be elaborate when she's giving the expenditure report, also flag the payments that are sanctioned but are paid for different projects?
Thank you. Senator Mira, did you want to say something? You okay?
No, I just wanted to say that those who have ears have listened to the sound.
Thank you. Okay, so finally, Senator Eric Okongo Mogeni, what did you note?
Chair, I will not, you want to cross-examine me, which is not right. Now, first, Chair, I wish we had given you adequate time to interrogate the issues before us. Last week, with Senator Matinga, we sat in a similar session with members of National Assembly. And you know, I witnessed the Speaker, Wetangula, chairing sessions for 3 days, 9 at times to 8:30 p.m. But they didn't rush issues. The CS Health and the PS Health, the chair, Shah, was interrogated for 3 hours, 21 minutes. So I really hope that those in your leadership, when you organize these forums, you give us enough time so that we interrogate the issues, because this is really our core mandate of oversight. You know, if we come here and you tell us one question, 1 minute, doesn't look nice, Chair. So I hope next time you'll give us enough time.
That decision was made from the floor, so
yeah,
you are part of that floor. Continue.
Yes. Now, number one, I want to hear from the control of budget, because Chair, under our constitution, Article 2493. Parliament has been given a task to ensure that we allocate adequate funds to enable our independent commissions work and perform their duties adequately. And I think the word parliament there makes reference to National Assembly and the Senate. That's why Article 221 says the CS will make estimates to National Assembly, but in terms of protecting adequate funding for commissions, that task has been given to the two houses. So, Madam Controller, I want to know from you, what was your wish list? In your budget, what did you request? How much was chopped, and how much did you get when the budget estimates were passed by National Assembly? Number two, honestly, listening to the presentations by the two gracious ladies, it's like we have made Kenya to become a criminal enterprise. If you have a country where 2.2 billion shillings can be allocated and spent without authority, I mean, 2 billion is not pocket change. If you gave me a mirror 2 billion, we'll turn those roads into tarmac everywhere. Now, the question I'm asking, where is the problem? Is it that you don't back up your reports with facts? Is it that the EACC is sleeping on their job? Is it that the DPP does not want to arrest and prosecute people? Now, as leaders sitting here, who should bear the blame? Because there are so many offenses happening, but we are not seeing any action, no arrests, no prosecution, control of budget, Auditor General. Where is the problem? Can we say the buck stops with the EACC, or is it the DPP, or is it your officers? Finally, the conduct of some of your officers. Some of us who don't sit in these committees chaired by our two brothers, at times you get disappointed. You know, you have a very good report from the Auditor General pinpointing a number of transgressions in counties. And you know, you come armed, then your officers appear in the morning and say, Chair, this one we have sorted. This one we have sorted. So, I mean, you wonder, a professional who has looked at books, documents, everything, and has given a report that has gone out, how do you come and say you have now agreed with the governor? You know, so do you have, I don't know whether you have a complaints desk where we can expose some of your officers. In fact, one who did a very diligent job in Yamira was transferred. Am I right, Senator Kajua? The guy was transferred when we were about to catch some thieves. We were told this one has now been transferred because it was not cooperating. So we also want to get assurance from you that some of these wayward randy officers can be dealt with by your office, because your officers are not under Public Service Commission, they are under you. Then finally, solutions now. You have told us problems like this idea of voiding, okay? Idea of splitting contracts. Do you think there are weaknesses? Because this forum is for us to hear your experiences. You also make proposals where the guys who pass the laws. Are there specific recommendations you have on where we can amend the law or strengthen the law so that those who are committing some of these crimes can become guests of our courts somewhere? Thank you, Chair. I apologize, I've taken a lot of time. My apologies, Chair.
That's okay, but that's what you wanted. You wanted more time, right? So you got it. So we will go to the two gracious ladies to give their quick responses. We will start with no particular order. We start with the control of budget. You give your comments, and then we go to Auditor General. Then we get comments from our friends and record.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair, and all the honorable senators who have raised issues, some of which I've had in the past, and a few, actually there are no new ones. I will start with the question on pending bills being voided, and how does this affect the balances at the end of the day. And what is happening here is, if I approve a requisition to pay, say, Mr. A, B, C, and D, and after approving the funds, once it gets to the operational account, then the accounting officer pays C, D, E, and F. What will happen to the original list? It means that there are some members of the original list who will remain outstanding, isn't it? Yes. So those ones remaining in the original list are the old bills that we keep seeing year after year after year. So the voiding, therefore, and the substitution of suppliers is one of the causes of the old figures that we see year to year. We have recommended that they use a first in, first out process to settle the bills. They still won't do that. But I'll be coming to that because there is another question. Governors spending time at the COB's office. I have been asking for a single governor to give me a circular I've given, asking for anyone to come to my office. I've repeated this many times to many committees, that my office does not require anybody from the counties to come to chase requisitions. However, the central bank requires an endorser. Usually there are a junior officer who is introduced to the CBK to deliver a copy of the signed requisition. That is not my requirement. My copy of the signed requisition will be delivered separately. Then the county copy of the signed requisition is also delivered separately. The two must be matched before the transfer can take place. I hope we are clear on this. The COB does not require anybody from the counties. Please put them to task as what they are doing in my office. Having said that, especially with the new administration, we got a lot of new officers in the finance departments. And the ones that we had trained before went away with the skills. So we found a lot of errors coming in the requisitions. Some of these new officers were not really conversant with what needs to get done. And that's why last year I called for a joint meeting between the counties and my office to agree on the requirements for each type of requisition. But surprisingly, out of the 47 counties, only 20 sent representatives. The problem with that is that we continue to find the same problems that we were discussing and that we spent so much time to correct. But I don't want to dwell on that. This is something that has gone to the IBEC, and we are already crafting a joint solution with the Council of Governors to see how the problems can be rerouted through a single desk, which can then communicate to the counties in a timely manner. Because we also found out that there was a problem with the speed of communication. On the motion on pending bills, the senator from Narok, my friend Olekina, you know that there is a pending meeting. We were supposed to revisit this matter. Indeed, we have received a lot of information because we asked those who had done what you resolved, and some have done it, some have not done it. But I also believe that very soon we are going to have a meeting to assess what has happened. Now, on the issue of withholding funds, I tend to disagree with you. The only office that is tasked with barring funding to the counties is the National Treasury. My office prepares a report after the CS for Finance has stopped funding. And you know, sometime in 2019, the then CS actually stopped funding to 15 counties for failing to pay their pending bills. And, you know, for some time, but it's only allowed for a specific period again. You know, it is just for a specific period, and then I give a commitment from the COB to monitor them, and then they are funded again. On the senator from Uasin Gishu, he asked whether my office has a way of tracking payments vis-a-vis the requisitions. Again, this is a subject that was discussed at length, where I sought to have access to the bank's viewing rights for the bank statements of the counties, which was denied. I have tried to ask counties. Now I have to bend my knee and beg for bank statements. They still won't give me their bank statements. So, in short, I have no way of tracking. I can do this after the audit has been done, but then again, that will not help us because it will be coming at a much later stage. So the issue of granting my office access to the bank statements is still pending. It has never been granted. As for the governor's houses and the budget ceilings, it is not my office that can change ceilings. Indeed, if it is true that these offices or houses should cost more, that is a subject for the CRA, not for the control of budget. So for me, once you give me the ceilings, I hold you to them. I tell you, you must be within this ceiling until such time that you give me a higher ceiling. So on this one, I may be helpless. I can't change the ceilings. The hospitals and revenue, there is, I think it was Madam Beatrice who raised that revenue at the hospitals is not being used within the institution. This would be illegal. After the FIF Act, let me just explain the FIF Act. The FIF Act is the one that allowed any revenues that are raised to be used for development within the same institutions where it has been collected. So, for those counties that have customized the FIF Act to have their own FIF so that they are able to track the receipts and how the money is spent, they are already doing the right thing. But many of them have not yet customized the FIF Act, and it is one of the things that my office is following. But you were saying something. Maybe later. On the senator for Kajiado, Madam Paris, on bank accounts. When we started reporting on the bank accounts, we did not say anything about those bank accounts, but we were concerned that new bank accounts were being opened all the time and the signatories were not controlled. Indeed, when we checked some of the accounts, we found that they had been opened way, way back in 2013 during the previous administrations, and that the people in office were not aware that those banks were existing. And these were banks that were receiving revenue. So the concern came from there. Number two, all established funds must be operated within the CPK. That is already in the PFM. Impressed accounts can be operated in commercial banks. Again, that is allowed by the PFM. So, I do not want us to bring politics into the bank accounts. What I'm doing in the balance of this year, we are revisiting those bank accounts to establish when they were opened, who operates them, what is the purpose, and we'll bring you a report. The only problem is that I just have funds for about 15 counties, and then I will progress in the next financial year when I can have some money for travel, because right now I don't have. I can only cover 15 counties. But I will be bringing you a report, an up-to-date report on these bank accounts, and the Auditor General also has a report on the same, and then we can look at all of them and see where the rain started beating us. On the Senator for Tana River, thank you very much. You have invited us to talk to the delegated legislation, which is the same, which was the committee then that annulled our report. So we'll be visiting the current one to see how we can be assisted. So thank you very much. Senator Mwaluma, I think that is from Taita Taveta. You have said that the COB can help in completing projects. Why do we allow new projects when others are ongoing? Unfortunately, as the chair, the two chairs can say, my office is not consulted on which projects are in the budget. And I think I'm throwing it back to the senators to put their county assemblies to be more accountable, because it is the county assemblies that actually approve the budgets. So if they can prepare good budgets, I will monitor the same for them. On voiding payments, why can't we also give voided payments? Like I said earlier, we have no access to the bank statements. When we ask the counties to give us copies, they simply extract some figures they give us. They don't give us the bank statements for reasons best known to them. So if the Senate can impress upon them that we need to be given access, even if it is just to view only, I think this is something we can achieve. My senator from Nyamira, you have talked about Parliament allocating adequate funds. Please help us. Parliament is National Assembly and Senate, so you are included in this. Please don't let us... Now you asked what was my wish list. I prepared a budget for 1.6 billion, which covered all the activities in my strategic plan for the year, but I got 702 million. That includes salaries and everything else. 702 million. I have a staff strength of 158 staff currently. So that budget cannot do much. I think, thank you, Chair. I think those are the ones that concern me. Thank you.
Let's just get responses. Let's just agree that we just complete. Please, I beg you. Please allow this so that we finish and get to the next session. If can you take some shorter time if you can?
Yes, I shall. Thank you, Session Chair. Indeed, the issues raised on control of budget are similar to what I would want to respond to. So where she has comprehensively responded, I will not repeat. But starting with Honorable Catherine on moving beyond inviting individual governors or accounting officers to a consultative forum, a multi-agency forum, this is actually a very welcome idea. I know at one point I did raise, I don't know whether I was throwing a spanner into the works, and I asked Senate, can I be giving you a consolidated cross-cutting report for you to discuss matters devolution, and you concentrate on that? Then the small nitty-gritty issues I send to the county assemblies, and they also concentrate on that. Or can you handhold the county assemblies when you're doing oversight for the county entities? So it's a good conversation to have, because you really do not want to be spending time as Senate discussing reconciliation of bank accounts, and you know now if there are so many
They are never reconciled, and that's usually my main problem. Or even update of assets registers. You want to discuss matters that speak direct to devolution, strengthening devolution and ensuring that indeed it works. So it's a conversation I'd be willing to contribute to. And it would also guide us on which is the best way to discuss the Auditor General's audit reports at national level, that's Senate level, and at sub-national level, that is at county assemblies level. I want to jump straight to Senator Beatrice. I think the other issues my sister Controller of Budget has responded to. Talking about employment bureaus, if you look at most of the audit reports, there is a section that we normally talk about human resource matters. Either wage bills, salaries, employment, composition, excess or underemployment. And this is where you'll probably find your 5 drivers with 1 motor vehicles. So these issues are reported, and you can put the counting officers to task where there is overemployment. Sometimes they'll say they found them. Then you ask them, if you found drivers in place, then why are you not utilizing? Does it mean every time there's change of guard or there's change of leadership or management, then everybody has to employ their own driver? Very critical question to ask. Multiple bank accounts, Dr. Nyakango has responded to it, but I want to say this, that when you talk of the excuses, because I use excuses sometimes, that bank accounts are a necessity, and currently the counties are defending themselves by using the financial, the facilities improvement funds accounts. This law was enacted in 2023. So what were the accounts for before 2023? And as the controller has alluded, some have not even implemented the operationalized the facilities improvement funds. The law says that fund accounts should be opened at the central bank. But most of these accounts are in commercial banks. And some of these entities really have no track. They can't keep track of all these accounts. If you have 200 accounts, 100 accounts, 300 accounts, even reconciliations is not done. So we don't even know what is the movement of that account. Some are even dormant, or some are used for interagency transfers. This month, 2 million is transferred there, 3 million is transferred the following month out of the same account, but you're not seeing what is that account operating for. So it is important, and the Honorable Dr. Nyakango, now I have, your dreams are valid. We can work on this together. Because I'm planning for this as one of the subject areas or focus areas for the in-year audits that I want to do for 24-25. We can have a joint program where we can share resources, or come to Senate and ask that you indeed give us some money through the clerk to do this special audit for your information. And we will unpack this issue of bank accounts. But let us agree that there are too many bank accounts for entities. There was the issue of, I think it was Honorable Senator Omugeni, mechanisms for receiving, we have mechanisms for receiving complaints for the office. If you recall some time back, maybe those who are in the committees earlier, you would, when it was time for hearings, you would tell us, Auditor General, go and sort out the accounting matters. Just bring us the issues. Those days, honorable members did not want to discuss accounting matters. They would want to discuss other nitty-gritty issues. So we would sit with the accounting officers and we'd look at what is it that you had not accounted for. Do you have the documentation now? Is it valid? Has it been verified? And that we would come and say, yes, this we have sorted out. But I think it came to be misinterpreted that the auditor had gone to bed with the accounting officer. And what I did after those discussions, I issued an instruction and I know the two chairs are aware, that for any matters that are resolved, it must be in writing. It is a committee that will determine whether it is resolved or not. And I think you've been seeing that change, that the auditor, and you still, when you invite them, you normally tell them, give the Auditor General all the documents. So what does the Auditor General do? My team sit and they spend the whole night. Sometimes they get those documents the night before and they have to travel to Nairobi for the hearings, perusing and confirming whether those documents pertain to the issues raised, so that now they can do for you a write-up. So that has changed. We are handling it slightly differently, and we are putting it under the purview of the committees until they get exhausted when they realize that it's mainly accounting matters that we are able to resolve. But matters, devolution, critical issues, matters, governance, are still under the purview, cannot be resolved at the audit level. Issues of voiding, splitting of contracts, I did say earlier that let's strengthen the system, the IFMIS, and disallow voiding completely. Let there be a reversal of the transaction with a trail, with an audit trail, not somebody just clicking a button and saying void, 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 and then you have about 700 transactions voided, and it's usually the last month of the financial year, that is in June, and sometimes because we normally go to July and we are still saying we're in June, we are avoiding a lot. Let's have that control so that it forces the accountant to actually do a reversal entry that is traceable. Because I always ask the controller, if she approved payment for $1 million to somebody and it was voided, how does she approve again for pending bills? And maybe this is Olikina's answer to his question. When they give instructions that pay, what are they going to present if a year back, 6 months back, they presented to the controller of budget those schedules for payment, and the controller approved the amount, and then they voided? Are they going to present the same? Then you have people working outside the system and preparing for me financial statements using Excel worksheets, and that's why perennially I'm reporting and reconciled balances. So I think those are the main issues. I will also take the opportunity and say that adequate funding is critical for us to be able to support you in your oversight role. The clientele, my clientele, has exploded to about 12,000 clients. The timeline is still the same. If we had the money, I would send teams throughout. Even now we are planning so that teams start in here by next month. Please look at the amendments to the Public Audit Act. It's already in the floor of the House. Assist us in strengthening the Public Audit Act. And then also look at the amendment to the Public Finance Management Act, especially on the aspect of sanctioning those who do not implement recommendations, not just from the Auditor General, but also from Parliament. Thank you.
The sugar levels are where they are. Senator Otosi, do you have some comments? Very, very brief comments, please.
I think most of the issues have been responded to, but I just picked two main ones. The recommendation by Senator Muma that probably we need to engage more, especially with the governors, on the recommendations of the audit report. My suggestion would be that, and from the look of things in this session, we probably would need a retreat where we engage the governors and the key stakeholders, like Assemblies Forum, to go through all these key audit issues with them. The senators of respective areas will be able to get an opportunity to engage on them. So maybe it's one of the take home from this meeting. The second issue is an issue that I think Senator Mungatana and Senator Mugen raised about the involvement of EACC and the conduct of the auditors. Personally, from my experience, I think we need to review the involvement of EACC. Because, for example, in CPIC committee, they come, sit there, listen to us. They don't ask many questions, but they pick information and generate circulars, which they send to counties, and basically doing our job. The example was when they gave out a circular on water companies, how they are supposed to be governed. I thought that was a mandate of Senate and not their mandate. Secondly, I think it's the weakest link, because we have given numerous recommendations on the actions they need to take, and they have taken their time. For example, we gave a recommendation on what needed to be done on the matter of bursary fund in Bungoma County and West Pokot County, where money was about 700 million shillings was put in school infrastructure projects, and no infrastructure was ever done in those counties. We are still waiting for feedback from them, and many others. On the issue of auditors' conduct, I think one issue that we must agree on how to handle it is the issue of late submission of documents. What happens is that an audit process is completed, a certificate is issued, but before the counties appear before us, they generate documents and they bring us before us, piles and piles of files. And we are made now to look like we are reopening the audit. I think the way forward is to follow the law and say that once an audit certificate has been issued, no more submission of documents. That way, we'll be able to resolve this issue, because we usually find ourselves in an awkward position where an auditor who is actually supposed to be on our side comes and says, this matter is handled. Reason, documents have now resurfaced. I think that should not happen, and maybe we'll consider making amendments to the PFM Act so that the matter of late submission of document does not come to our meetings. So basically, those are the comments on the water. Madam Senator Beatrice, we are now starting to get improvements in the water companies, as I had alluded to earlier. Thank you, honorable members.
Thank you. And finally, Senator Kajwang.
I'm conscious of the time and the mood of the House. On EACC, Senator Mgatana, my candid response is that the problem has been the leadership of the EACC. These two ladies, their appointment is, they're not vetted by the Senate. They are vetted by the National Assembly. And every time I've asked Nancy or Margaret to come for a meeting or to send someone for a meeting, they come. They drop whatever they're doing, they show up. Tell me the last time you saw the CEO of the EACC sit with us in a meeting like this. The last time I called them for a meeting in Mombasa, it's the chairman who came, the bishop. He's a very nice guy. I told him to come with a listing of all the matters that we have referred to them. He could only count, but he could not specify. He only said we had referred 149 matters to the EACC, but he asked for time to be able to compile. The people who sit in our committees are very publicly spirited, ladies and gentlemen. I think I must commend them. There is Mr. Kinoti, there is a lady called Patricia, the one who sits in our committee. They do their best, but they get frustrated when they go back to Integrity Center. And we hope that the new CEO of the EACC, we must put him on notice that he must change his ways. He must know that he's accountable to the people of Kenya, he's accountable to the people of Kenya through Parliament. And I want to recommend that we need to call him to a committee of the whole, so that, one, he outlines his vision on the fight against financial malpractice in county governments, and he also tells us the action that he has taken. It is a sad thing that he was vetted in the National Assembly. I was in Omtata. Omtata wants to go to court, arguing that he should not even go through the National Assembly. He should be appointed by the board of the EACC. Those are matters that Senator Mogeni is very well aware of as a founder of that institution. Finally, audit reports are not going to be very useful tools for oversight in the near future. An analysis of the reports that Nancy brought to Senate on 31st of December, all the 47 counties have a qualified opinion. All of them. So it does not matter whether it's Isiolo. It does not matter whether it's Marsabit, uko kwa Kinachute. It does not matter. All of them, they look the same. So if CRA was to award them, they will all look like they've all performed well. Even though CRA, I liked the formula you came up with, that fiscal responsibility was not just only the opinion, it was also revenue performance, how much are allocated to development, and several other factors. When we scrapped it at the last debate, it was not based on any philosophical depth. We just wanted to use that 2% to balance the numbers. So please, as I said earlier, please think about it because it's part of your job description. What then is the thing that, and session chair, I know I missed yesterday because I was with the Public Accounts Committee in Arusha. And we have done a lot of these meetings. What are we saying at the end of this meeting? Senator Mogeni, that was Article what that you cited? Was it 249(3)? If we cannot dissect that article of the Constitution and make a resolution on it today, then we will have just come for another tactical retreat and not a strategic retreat. Ladies and gentlemen, I have been in the Senate for 10 years. We pride ourselves as the upper house. We are not involved in the budget. The BPS will be coming to us, will make suggestions, no one will care. We are not involved in appropriations. We are not involved in significant appointments. We are not involved in ratification of treaties. I don't remember the last time I saw a treaty being brought to the Senate. We are not even involved in things like deployment of the military. The last time Duale was deploying the military, he went to the other house, he didn't come to our house. How then are we the upper house? Is it because we can impeach a deputy president? We must assert our role, and the starting point is Article 249(3). We must demand that the budgets of independent offices and commissions must be brought to the Senate. And that perhaps should be the resolution that we are saying that the Senate is demanding fulfillment of the constitutional provision, because that matter does not need any guessing. It is in black and white that Parliament shall, and the commissions are listed there. Now, if the control of budget asks for 1.6 billion and she's given 700 million, how is she expected to operate? So, honorable members, if it was not resolved yesterday, I want to convince you that let this be the resolution, that the Senate has decided they are taking the battle to the National Assembly and they are going to assert themselves in budgeting and allocation of resources to constitutional offices. That will make us at least look relevant. Otherwise, we say a dead snake, tunatisha watu na sisi ni nyoka imekufa. The last resolution that perhaps can be considered, and if the decision is not made now, the leadership can consider it. These oversight committees, with the timelines that I presented earlier, it is going to be impossible to meet those timelines. Let's think about the ideal size of a public accounts committee, public investments committee, taking into account the facilities we have and the staff that we have. I would have recommended that because of the timelines that are strict, we expand these committees from 9 to another odd number, maybe 9 to 13 or 9 to 15. That will allow these committees to operate as subcommittees. So you can have 3 or 4 subcommittees running at the same time. I know there's also a lot of desire for members to be in this committee. It also allows more members to be part of this committee. I want to appeal to leadership that that should be a matter that you consider. But for the plenary, Article 2493, we must get back our power as a Senate.
Okay. So Kajana has spoken and then switched off the microphone. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I think we are coming to the end of our session. Please applaud these distinguished ladies and gentlemen who have really done a fantastic job. I agree with you, Senator Mogeni. This session would have needed a lot more time. A lot more time. But it is what it is. So I will just list down 3 or 4 what I think are the takeaways from this session. You will decide later. One is on our role as defenders of devolution. That we must remember always that we have been assigned that role by the Constitution, a role that has not been assigned to any other institution, and we must play that role and play it very, very well. Why do I say this? I say this because it is very easy for us to sit in a hotel like this and make a recommendation that affects all the counties. And I'll give you an example of the bursary conversation without getting into the details of it. There are those of us who hold the view that county governments must not be involved in handling bursary funds or access to quality education. There are others who hold the view that they should be involved. I will ask you, in your own time, to find time and visit the county of Mandera. I was there myself 2 weeks ago. If you told the people of Mandera that their county government cannot be involved in the issuance of bursaries, I don't know which means you're going to use to get out of Mandera. That county government is not just giving bursaries, is ensuring what you're talking about, quality access to education for all their students in high school, paying full amounts. My friend, I'm just giving my own opinion of what I saw. When you gave yours, we listened. Just listen to mine. That's what I saw. I think it's fair comment. I saw that, and I thought really this is something that is working for those people. And now talking about national government functions, the county government functions, we all agree that we are bound by the Constitution. We must follow the law. We have 2 options in matters dealing with oversight committees of the Senate. The Constitution gives us only 3 months to handle the reports after they have come to us. The options that we have is to change the Constitution and be sure that then we can extend the time or expand the membership of the committees, because that we can do through a resolution of the Senate. Lastly, I am fully in support of what Senator Kajana said. Article 249, very, very clear. Parliament must be involved in the budget-making process of all constitutional institutions. COB, CRA, and the Office of the Auditor General are constitutional institutions or commissions. The Senate must be involved in scrutinizing and the budget-making process of those institutions. And not just for us alone, it's also for the heads of those institutions to demand that if the National Assembly is handling the budget-making process of institutions, the same should happen in the Senate. Because that's a law, it's a constitution. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for listening to us, and sorry we have taken a lot more time than was allocated to us. There's very little that we could do about that. The session is hereby then ended, and I want to, Senator, I think let's just do it with the next session chair or the deputy speaker. Thank you very much.
Let us give a round of applause to the team that has been here. Thank you, Chair Senator Nokwambua. Members, you can agree with me that there is no more energy in this room. Honestly speaking, I really want to thank you for really persevering up to this hour since yesterday. So this session is just...
But Chair, Session Chair.
Who is that? Senator Mugeni, what is it?
Yeah, you know, we have sat here the whole morning, it's 3. And we are moving to the most critical session where we need to craft some resolutions that will be our take home. No, Senator Dedama, I told you that National Assembly was adjourning at 9. In a session chaired by Speaker. You know, if you bring us here and you rush us through things, we came here, we gave 2
So what
days.
is your proposal,
I'm
Senator
proposing
Mugeni?
that we go for lunch, then we come back here and deal with the way forward. We must look serious here. You know, we cannot just be brought here to tick boxes. It's not right.
Senator,
No, even if we are 4, we will do what we need to do.
Senator Mugeni, what is left is just a simple presentation, just a few minutes by...
You see, you will tell us now we can't input way forward.
By
Yet-
Senator Redamo Rekina, let them give us the way forward. If you feel we need more time, this is not the